Imagine discovering medieval taverns truth that completely changes everything we thought we knew about medieval dark secrets. What you're about to see will keep you up tonight. For decades, historians believed medieval taverns were simple drinking establishments where peasants gathered for ale and gossip. But hidden in ancient court records, church manuscripts, and archaeological evidence are details that don't make sense. Secret codes, underground networks, knowledge of poisons that rivals modern chemistry, organized systems of espionage and assassination that shouldn't have existed. Recent discoveries about medieval taverns' truth revealed something shocking. These weren't just alehouses. They were intelligence headquarters, criminal command centers, and revolutionary planning rooms. The Black Death spread through their doors. Political assassinations were arranged over drinks. Heretical movements planned the Reformation in their cellars. Peasant revolts that toppled kingdoms were organized around their tables. Tonight, I'll show you exactly what historians found buried in the records. I'm covering 15 discoveries about medieval dark secrets that will challenge everything you learned in school, from poisoned oil that caused mass hallucinations to the coded language spies used to trade military secrets, to the murder for hire networks operating openly in London taverns. Number 11 changed how I see the entire medieval period forever. Let's start with the most shocking one. Picture yourself pushing open a heavy oak door on a cold autumn evening in 1347. The tavern at Twilight, the hinges creak. The sound is swallowed immediately by a wall of noise, warmth, and smoke that hits you like a physical force. You've just entered the Tabard, a tavern in Southwark, on the southern bank of the River Thames, just outside the walls of medieval London. Your eyes need a moment to adjust. The interior is dim, lit only by a few tallow candles guttering on rough wooden tables and a large fire roaring in the central hearth. Smoke hangs thick in the rafters, a grey haze that never quite clears. The smell is overwhelming wood smoke, unwashed bodies, spilled oil, roasting meat, and something else underneath it all. Something sour and organic, the smell of too many people in too small a space for too long. The floor beneath your feet is packed earth covered with straw. The straw is supposed to be fresh, changed regularly, but you can see it's matted down, dark, with spilled liquids, scattered with bones and scraps from previous meals. Your boots stick slightly as you walk. Don't think too hard about what you're stepping in. The room is crowded. Perhaps 40 people, maybe 50, packed into a space that would comfortably hold half that number. Every bench is full. Men sit shoulder to shoulder along the tables. Others stand in clusters, cups in hand, leaning against the walls or gathered near the fire. A few women are present too, though not many. Some are serving, moving between the tables with wooden pitchers of ale. Others sit with men laughing loudly, their intentions not particularly subtle. Look around. Really look. See the faces illuminated by firelight and shadow. That man in the corner, the one in the good wool cloak, despite the rough surroundings. A merchant, probably. His clothes are too fine for this place, but here he is anyway, deep in conversation with two men who look like common labourers. Money is changing hands. You can't tell if it's a business transaction or something less legal. At the table nearest the fire, a group of young men are playing dice. The game is hazard, the precursor to modern craps, and technically illegal in England since King Richard Tickrur banned it just a few years ago, but no one here seems concerned about that. The dice clatter on the wooden table. Coins pile up. One player has been losing steadily, and his face is growing red, his gestures increasingly aggressive. Violence is coming. You can sense it in the air, in the way the others at nearby tables are starting to edge away, creating space. Near the back, almost invisible in the shadows, sits a man alone. His hood is up, despite the warmth of the room. You can't see his face. He's nursing a single cup of ale, making it last, watching everything. Watching everyone. There's something about his stillness that draws your attention. He's not drinking to get drunk or to socialize. He's here for another reason entirely. What reason? You don't know. But you feel certain he's noting every face, every conversation, every transaction. He's remembering it all. The tavern keeper moves through the chaos with practiced ease. His name is Thomas, though everyone calls him Tom. He's a large man, heavy-set, with arms like tree trunks from years of hauling barrels of oil. His face is jovial, constantly smiling, constantly joking with the customers. But watch his eyes. They're sharp, calculating, missing nothing. Tom knows every person in this room. He knows what they can pay, what they're drinking, who they came with, and probably where they live. He knows which ones will start fights, which ones can be trusted with credit, which ones are worth cultivating as regular customers. Tom is more than just a tavern keeper. In medieval London, a man in his position is a person of considerable power. He controls access to ale, which, in this era, means he controls access to safe drinking. The water in the Thames is filthy, contaminated with sewage, industrial waste, and God knows what else. Drinking it is a good way to get sick and die, so everyone drinks ale instead. Small beer, they call it a weak ale of about 2 to 3% alcohol. Even children drink it. It's safer than water because the brewing process kills most of the harmful organisms. This means Tom, and men like him, are essential to the survival of the community, but they're also dangerous because Tom knows things. He hears things. A tavern like this is where news travels, where gossip spreads, where secrets are shared and sold. Men drink, their tongues loosen, and they talk. They talk about their work, their masters, their grievances, their plans. And Tom hears it all. Look at the woman behind the bar, working beside Tom. That's Alice, his wife. She's the one who actually brews the ale, as is traditional. Women have been the primary brewers in England for centuries. They're called all wives, and they're respected for their skill. Alice has been brewing since she was a girl, learning from her mother, who learned from her mother. The recipe she uses has been in her family for generations. Barley, water, yeast, and something else. She won't tell you what. It's a secret, passed down through the female line. But here's something historians often overlook. Alice has as much power as Tom, maybe more. The quality of the ale determines the tavern's success. People will walk miles for good ale and avoid even the most convenient tavern if the brew is bad. Alice controls that quality. She also has access to ingredients, some of them unusual, some of them potentially dangerous. Herbs, roots, extracts, some for flavor, some for preservation, some for other purposes entirely. A man staggers past you, clearly deep in his cups. He's laughing uproariously at something only he understands. His eyes are unfocused, his gait unsteady. How much has he had to drink? Hard to say, but something about him seems off. His pupils are dilated, wider than they should be even in this dim light. His laughter has a manic edge. He's not just drunk, he's seeing things, experiencing something beyond ordinary intoxication. What's in the ull here? You assume it's just fermented barley. But what if it's more than that? What if Alice, like many old wives, adds other ingredients? Henbane, perhaps a plant that causes hallucinations and euphoria, or deadly nightshade in small doses, enough to produce strange effects without killing. These additions make the all more potent, more desirable. People come back for the experience, for the feeling they can't quite get elsewhere. But they're also ingesting poisons. Small amounts, usually not enough to kill. Usually, the serving girl approaches you. She's young, maybe 16, with a tired face and calculating eyes. She asks what you'll have. The question is more complex than it seems. Are you here just to drink? Or are you here for other services? She can arrange either. For the right price, of course, you order all. She nods and disappears into the crowd. While you wait, you listen to the conversations around you. At the table to your left, 2 men are speaking in low voices. You can't hear everything, but you catch fragments. Ship arrives Tuesday. Wool, but underneath. Customs won't check if we. Smuggling, probably. Avoiding the king's taxes on imported goods. A common crime, and one rarely punished if you know the right people to bribe. To your right, a different conversation. John Ball says, when Adam delved and Eve span, all equal, no lords, no masters. This is more dangerous. John Ball is a priest, but not a loyal one. He's been preaching radical ideas, suggesting that the social hierarchy is unnatural, that peasants and nobles should be equal. The church has already censured him multiple times. Listening to his ideas, spreading them, is heresy. And heresy can get you burned at the stake. But here, in this tavern, people speak freely. Why? Because Tom allows it. Because Tom benefits from it. Information is valuable. Tom hears the smuggler's plans, and maybe he takes a cut, or maybe he sells the information to customs officials for a fee. He hears the heretical talk and files it away, keeping track of who believes what, who's dangerous, who's just talking. And if someone comes asking, someone official, someone with authority, Tom knows what to tell them and what to keep quiet. For the right price, of course. The serving girl returns with your all in a wooden cup. The liquid is murky brownish, with sediment floating in it. This is normal. Medieval all isn't filtered the way modern beer is. You drink it cloudy, full of yeast and grain particles. It's thick, substantial, more like liquid bread than like modern beer. And it's warm. There's no refrigeration, no ice. All is served at room temperature, or slightly warmer if it's been stored near the fire. You drink. The taste is strange to your modern palate. Sour yeasty, with an earthy undertone, and a hint of something you can't identify. Something herbal. Something bitter. You feel the alcohol almost immediately, that warmth spreading from your stomach. But there's something else too. A slight tingling, a sense of mild euphoria that seems disproportionate to the amount you've drunk. What did Alice put in this batch? As you drink, you become aware of the layers of society present in this room. The merchant in the corner, conducting business. The labourers gambling at dice. The smugglers planning their next shipment. The radicals discussing revolution. The prostitutes soliciting customers. The spy in the shadows, watching everything. The tavern keeper managing it all, profiting from it all, controlling information like a merchant controls goods. This is what a medieval tavern really is, not the romantic image of jolly peasants singing folk songs, not the sanitized version where everyone's friendly and innocent. This is a place where all the threads of medieval society intersect, legal and illegal, sacred and profane, rich and poor, power and powerlessness. Everything that happens in medieval London, everything that matters, touches this tavern at some point. And this is just one evening, just one snapshot. Imagine this same scene playing out night after night, year after year. Imagine the accumulated weight of all those conversations, all those transactions, all those secrets. Imagine how much power accumulates in a place like this, in the hands of people like Tom and Alice. Now imagine that this pattern is replicated across England, across Europe. Thousands of taverns, tens of thousands, each one a node in a vast informal network. Information flowing through these networks faster than through official channels. Business being conducted outside the formal economy. Plans being made beyond the reach of authorities. A shadow world, parallel to the official one, operating according to its own rules. This is the truth historians often overlook. When we study medieval history, we focus on kings and queens, on battles and treaties, on official documents and formal institutions. But so much of medieval life happened in spaces like this. Informal spaces, liminal spaces, places that existed in the gaps of official society, where the normal rules were suspended, where different kinds of power operated. And as 1347 turns to 1348, as autumn becomes winter, something is coming. Something that will transform this tavern and every tavern in Europe. Something that spreads through places exactly like this, through the close quarters and shared cups and intimate contact. The Black Death is on its way, and when it arrives, it will change everything. But we're not there yet. For now, on this autumn evening in 1347, the Tabard is still full of life noise, warmth, and secrets. The fire burns, the owl flows, the conversations continue. And in the shadows, watching, remembering, waiting, sits the hooded figure whose purpose you still can't quite discern. What is he waiting for? Who is he watching? What will he do with the information he's gathering? These questions don't have easy answers. Because in a medieval tavern, nothing is quite what it seems. Everyone has secrets. Everyone has motives beyond the obvious. And the truth, when you finally uncover it, is usually darker than you expected. Welcome to the real medieval world. Welcome to the tavern. The door has closed behind you. The night is just beginning. And before dawn, you'll learn things about medieval life that no history book ever taught you. Things that change how you see the entire period. Things that reveal the dark secrets historians don't like to discuss. The alewife is watching you. The spy has noted your presence. The tavern keeper has assessed your value. And somewhere in the crowd, plans are being made that will ripple out into the wider world, causing effects no one can fully predict. This is where history really happens, not in castles or cathedrals, not in official ceremonies or formal documents, but here, in the smoke and shadows over cups of questionable oil, in conversations that will never be recorded, among people whose names will never appear in chronicles. The medieval tavern, where secrets are born, where darkness gathers, where the true story of the Middle Ages unfolds, one cup at a time. The alewife's cauldron. But before we uncover what darkness lurked in those tavern shadows, We need to understand what sustained medieval life, the Oll itself. And here's where the first dark secret begins. Follow Alice through the narrow doorway behind the bar. You're leaving the main tavern room and entering the brewery, a separate structure attached to the back of the building. The air here is different, warmer, more humid, thick with the yeasty smell of fermentation. This is Alice's domain, and she rules it absolutely. The room is dominated by large wooden vats and copper kettles. Some are enormous, easily 6 feet tall and 4 feet across, capable of holding hundreds of gallons. Others are smaller, used for experimental batches or special brews. Steam rises from several of the kettles. A fire burns in a large stone hearth, keeping the brewing temperature constant. The heat in here is intense, especially compared to the cold autumn night outside. Alice moves between the vessels with practiced confidence. She's been doing this since childhood, learning the craft from her mother. And her mother learned from her mother before her, going back generations. Brewing was women's work in medieval England, considered a natural extension of household food preparation. Bread and all were sister products, both made from grain, both requiring skill with fermentation. A good wife was expected to know how to brew ale for her family. A talented old wife could brew enough to sell to the community, providing crucial income for her household. Watch Alice work. She's checking the temperature of the wort, the liquid mixture of malted barley and water that will become ale. She dips her bare hand into the kettle, feeling the heat. No thermometers here. Everything is done by experience, by feel, by knowledge passed down through generations of women. Too hot and you'll kill the yeast. Too cold and fermentation won't start properly. It has to be just right. She nods, satisfied, and moves to the next vessel. This one is already fermenting, the yeast converting the sugars in the grain into alcohol and carbon dioxide. The surface is alive with bubbles, a thick foam of yeast working its magic. The smell is powerful, yeasty, and slightly sour. Alice skims some of the foam off the top and discards it, checking the colour and consistency underneath. Again, she tastes it, just a small sip, assessing the progress. She frowns slightly. Something's not quite right. She moves to a shelf lined with jars and bundles of dried plants. This is where it gets interesting. Medieval ale wasn't just barley, water, and yeast. All wives added other ingredients, partly for flavour, partly for preservation, and partly for effects that had nothing to do with taste. Hops, the bittering agent used in modern beer, weren't common in England until the late 14th and early 15th centuries. Before hops, brewers used a mixture called grute, a combination of herbs that varied by region and by brewer. Common grute ingredients included yarrow, bog myrtle, heather, and juniper. These added bitterness to balance the sweetness of the malt, and they also had preservative properties, helping the ale last longer. But our wives also added other things that aren't mentioned in the official brewing regulations, things that made their ale special, sought after, addictive even. Watch Alice now. She's selecting herbs from her collection. Some you might recognize: rosemary, sage, lavender. Innocent enough. But then she reaches for another jar, this one kept slightly apart from the others. The label, if you could read the crude marking, says henbane. Henbane, scientifically known as Hyoscyamus niger, is a member of the nightshade family. It's highly poisonous. In large doses, it causes hallucinations, seizures, coma, and death. but in very small doses, it produces euphoria, mild hallucinations, and a sense of floating detachment from reality. It was used in medieval medicine as a painkiller and sedative, and it was used by some old wives to make their brew more potent. Alice measures out a tiny amount, just a pinch, and adds it to the fermenting ale. This batch will be special. The customers who drink it will feel unusually happy, unusually relaxed, seeing the world through a pleasant haze. They'll come back for more, wondering why Alice's ale makes them feel so good compared to other taverns. They won't know about the henben. They'll just know they prefer drinking here. Is this poisoning? Technically, yes. Is it deliberate? Absolutely. Is it common? More common than historians like to admit. Medieval England had strict regulations about brewing. The Assize of Bread and Ale, established in 1266, set quality standards and price controls. All was supposed to be wholesome, made from good grain, sold at fair prices. All wives who violated these standards could be punished, sometimes severely. The pillory, public humiliation, fines, even imprisonment were all possible penalties for selling bad ale. But what constituted bad ale? If it made people sick immediately, if it was obviously contaminated or spoiled, that was clearly bad. But what about ale that contained small amounts of psychoactive herbs? What about ale that made people feel unusually good? That was a grey area. If no one died, if no one complained and why would they complain if they enjoyed the effects? Then, who was to say the ale was bad? The problem was, the line between a safe dose and a dangerous dose was thin and easy to cross. Henbane doesn't distribute evenly through a large batch of ale. 1 cup might contain almost nothing. The next might contain a dangerous amount. Medieval brewing wasn't precise. Alice doesn't have scales accurate to the milligram. She's using pinches and handfuls, estimating quantities by eye and experience. This led to problems. Deaths even. Consider the case documented in the coroner's rolls from Norwich in 1337. A man named William Shepherd drank ale at a tavern and within an hour became violently ill. He experienced seizures, hallucinations, and within 3 hours he was dead. The alewife was arrested and questioned. She admitted to adding certain herbs to her brew but claimed they were only for flavour. She was acquitted due to lack of evidence of intent to murder. But the suspicion remained. Had she added too much of something dangerous? Or had she been deliberately poisoning troublesome customers? We'll never know for certain, but the coroner's rolls from medieval England are full of similar cases. People dying after drinking ale, experiencing strange symptoms before death, seizures, hallucinations, paralysis, respiratory failure, symptoms consistent with poisoning by nightshade family plants, which include henbane, deadly nightshade belladonna, and mandrake. And it wasn't just accidental overdoses. Ale was an excellent medium for deliberate poisoning. Think about it. Ale is opaque, murky, full of sediment. You can't see through it. If you add something to it, a powder, a tincture, an extract, it's invisible. The taste of ale is already complex, bitter from the grute, yeasty from the fermentation, with various herbal notes. A poison that might be detectable in water or wine could be completely masked in ale. This made all the perfect vehicle for murder. If you wanted someone dead, you invited them for drinks. You made sure they got a particular cup, one you'd prepared specially. They drank, became ill, and died. And because all related illnesses and deaths were relatively common bad batches, spoilage, contamination, no one necessarily suspected murder, just another unfortunate death from bad oil. The legal records provide evidence this happened. In 1345, a woman named Marjorie Jourdemain was executed for witchcraft, but the specific charge was that she had used potions and poison to kill several people via doctored oil. In 1371, a tavern keeper in London was charged with murdering 3 customers by serving them oil containing arsenic. He was convicted and hanged. But these were just the cases that were prosecuted. How many went undetected? How many deaths blamed on bad oil were actually deliberate poisonings? The truth is we don't know. The technology to detect poisons didn't exist. Unless someone witnessed the act, unless the poisoner confessed, proving murder by poisoned oil was nearly impossible. Even Alice, who you're watching now, carefully adding her herbs to the fermenting brew, might not have murderous intent. She's probably just trying to make her oil more desirable, more potent, to attract customers and make money. But she's also playing with dangerous substances. One mistake, one miscalculation, and someone could die. And then there's the question of what else went into medieval oil. Not just intentional additives, but contaminants, adulterants, fillers used to stretch ingredients or reduce costs. Barley was expensive. A bad harvest could make it prohibitively expensive, so some old wives cut their barley with other grains. Wheat, oats, rye. Sometimes corn, if they could get, though that was rare in medieval England. These substitutions weren't necessarily dangerous, though they did reduce the quality and nutritional value of the owl. But some old wives went further. They added things that had no business being in owl. Chalk or lime to make weak owl appear cloudier, and therefore stronger. Soot or coal dust to darken pale oil and make it look richer. Egg whites to improve the head of foam. Wood shavings or sawdust as filler. And then there were the truly dangerous adulterants. Lead salts to sweeten oil that had gone sour. Mercury compounds to preserve oil that was starting to spoil. Copper sulfate to restore color to oil that had oxidized. All of these are poisonous. All of them were used at various times by unscrupulous or desperate brewers. The historical record provides glimpses of this. In 1327, the City of London issued regulations explicitly forbidding the addition of any manner of things save liquor, liquid, malt, and yeast to ale. Why issue such a regulation if adulteration wasn't happening? The very existence of the rule proves the practice was common enough to require prohibition. In 1342, inspectors in York found an alewife brewing with certain powder and other unwholesome things. She was fined, but the specific substances weren't recorded. In 1365, regulations in Norwich specified that oil must contain nothing except malt, water, and yeast, again suggesting that other additions were common. The punishments for adulteration could be severe. In the early 14th century, the standard punishment for an alewife caught selling substandard oil was the pillory. She would be placed in the stocks in the town square, her head and hands locked in the wooden frame, while the townspeople pelted her with rotten vegetables, dead animals, and excrement. The humiliation was intended to shame her and warn others. But here's the thing, the punishments weren't always enforced. Why? Because the alewives had power. They controlled access to a necessity of life. If you drove all the alewives out of business or scared them into stopping production, where would people get their ale? The water was unsafe. Wine was expensive and mostly imported. Ol was the only practical daily drink for the vast majority of the population. This gave Ol wives leverage. A smart Ol wife knew how to walk the line. Don't adulterate so much that people get obviously sick. Don't cut corners so badly that the Ol is undrinkable. But do add those little extras that make your brew more desirable. Do use the cheaper ingredients when you can get away with it. Do maintain good relationships with the inspectors, perhaps offering them free drinks or other considerations. And if someone dies after drinking your Ol, well, these things happen. People die all the time in medieval England. From disease, from accidents, from bad food, from bad water. One more death from bad Ol isn't particularly remarkable. Unless, of course, the death is suspicious. Unless it's someone important. Unless there are witnesses who saw you acting strangely or adding something unusual to that particular person's cup. Then you might face serious consequences, but for random deaths, for common people dying unexpectedly. Most of the time, the alewife faced no consequences at all. Alice finishes her work with the fermenting batch and moves to another vessel. This one contains Ol that's nearly ready. She tastes it, swishing it around in her mouth, assessing. She nods, satisfied. This batch is good. Pure even. No unusual additions, just good barley, yeast, and her standard group mixture. She'll serve this to the regular customers, the ones who come every day, the ones whose continued patronage keeps the tavern profitable. The special batch, the one with the henben. That's for particular customers, for people celebrating something, willing to pay extra for a premium experience, for strangers passing through who won't notice the effects enough to comment, for customers Tom has identified as being potentially useful, people worth impressing, worth making feel good so they'll come back and perhaps share information or opportunities. This is the economics of Ol in medieval England. It's not simple. It's not innocent. It's a complex web of necessity, profit, regulation, enforcement, adulteration, and outright poisoning. The cup of Ol you're drinking in the Tabard tonight might be wholesome, or it might contain herbs that will make you hallucinate, or it might contain something that will make you violently ill. Or, if you've offended the wrong person and Alice has been paid to ensure you don't leave the tavern alive, it might contain something that will kill you within hours. You have no way to know. You drink, because what choice do you have? The water is death. The Ol might be death, but it's less certain death, and most of the time it's fine. Most of the time, this is the first dark secret of medieval taverns. The Ol that sustained medieval life, the drink that was safer than water, the beverage that everyone from children to the elderly consumed daily, was also a vector for poisoning, both accidental and deliberate. The women who brewed it held enormous power, and some of them used that power in dark ways. As you stand in Alice's brewery, watching her work, you realize that every cup served in the tavern is an act of trust. Trust that Alice is competent. Trust that she's not making mistakes. Trust that she has no reason to wish you harm. Trust that Tom hasn't paid her to put something extra in your cup. For most people, most of the time, that trust is justified. Alice is good at her job. She's careful. She understands the risks. And Tom's business depends on people coming back, which means keeping them alive and reasonably healthy. But not everyone is so careful. Not every alewife is so skilled. and not every tavern keeper is above using oil as a weapon when the circumstances demand it. The oil flows through medieval England like a river, and like a river, it sustains life. But also like a river, it can kill. The medieval tavern's dark secret isn't just what happened in the shadows of the main room. It's what was mixed into the very liquid that kept medieval society alive. Alice seals the vessels and wipes her hands on her apron. The work is done for tonight. Tomorrow she'll brew again, and the day after, and the day after that. Each batch is an opportunity to create something wonderful or an opportunity to create something deadly. The choice ultimately is hers. And as you return to the main tavern room, cup of murky ale in hand, you can't help but wonder, what exactly did Alice put in this batch? And will you wake up tomorrow morning to find out? The language of shadows. The ale flowing through medieval taverns was already dangerous enough, but what happened when people gathered to drink it revealed even darker patterns. Because medieval taverns weren't just places to drink. They were the medieval world's information highway, where news travelled faster than through any official channel, where secrets were bought and sold, where intelligence networks wove their webs. You've returned to the main room of the Tabard now, that murky cup of Alice's Ol in your hand. Look around again with new eyes. What you're seeing isn't just a collection of random people drinking. You're seeing nodes in a vast communication network, information flowing through the room in currents invisible to the casual observer. Listen to the conversations, but really listen this time. Not to the words themselves, but to how they're spoken. Notice the man at the corner table, the merchant you observed earlier. He's still talking to those two labourers, but pay attention to his phrasing. The wool shipment, he says, arrives on Tuesday next. Simple enough. A legitimate business transaction. But then he adds, the quality will depend on the weather in Flanders. One of the labourers nods and responds, Flanders has been dry this season, I'm told. Dry. The merchant repeats, but not entirely without. Precipitation. They're not talking about weather. Flanders is where the wool is supposedly coming from, yes, but dry and precipitation here mean something else entirely. This is code. They're discussing something that requires coded language, something they don't want overheard or understood by casual listeners. This was common in medieval taverns. Certain professions, certain types of business, developed specialized vocabularies that sounded innocent but carried hidden meanings. Smugglers talking about weather might actually be discussing customs inspections. Merchants discussing crop yields might be talking about political stability. Even simple drink orders could carry coded meanings. Alpha 3 might mean 3 ships in the harbour. Wine from Bordeaux might mean information from France. The beer's gone sour might mean the deal has fallen through. Why all this secrecy? Because taverns, for all their appearance of privacy, were actually quite public spaces. Anyone could walk in, anyone could be listening, and some people were definitely listening, deliberately and for pay. Remember the hooded figure in the shadows you noticed when you first entered. He's still there, still nursing that single cup of ale, still watching, still remembering every face and every conversation. Who is he? He's a professional. What we might today call an intelligence agent. Medieval England, like all medieval kingdoms, had networks of spies, informants, and intelligence gatherers. and taverns were their primary hunting grounds. Edward de Sir, who ruled England from 1327 to 1377, maintained an extensive spy network throughout his long reign, particularly during the 100 Years' War with France. He needed information: where were the French armies? What were the French king's intentions? Who among the English nobility could be trusted? Who was plotting against him? The official channels, messengers carrying sealed letters, diplomatic envoys meeting in castles. These provided some intelligence. But the really valuable information came from places like taverns. Because in taverns, people talked freely. They complained about their lords, discussed military movements they'd observed, shared gossip about the nobility, and revealed secrets they'd never tell in an official setting. So Edward's agents, and the agents of every other medieval monarch, spent a lot of time in taverns, listening, watching, remembering. They developed techniques for blending in, for becoming invisible in plain sight. They learned how to nurse a single drink for hours while appearing to be just another regular customer. They memorized faces, tracked who met with whom, noted when patterns changed. And they weren't the only ones. Foreign agents operated in English taverns too. French spies gathering intelligence on English military preparations. Scottish agents tracking English intentions towards Scotland. Later, Spanish agents during conflicts with Spain. Everyone was spying on everyone, and the tavern was where much of it happened. This created a paranoid atmosphere in certain taverns. People knew they might be overheard. They knew some of their fellow drinkers might not be what they seemed, so they developed codes, signals, and ways of communicating that provided plausible deniability. The coded language was one layer, but there were others. Physical signals, for instance. The way you wore your hat might indicate your affiliation. The order in which you drank from different cups. Whether you sat or stood. Where you stood. All of these could carry meanings to those who knew how to read them. A system of hand signals existed, similar to the hand signals used by merchants and traders in noisy marketplaces, but adapted for clandestine communication. Scratching your nose while making eye contact might mean, I have information. Touching your left ear meant, not safe to talk here. Placing your cup on the right side of the table versus the left could indicate whether you'd completed a task or encountered problems. These systems weren't formalized or universal. Different networks used different signals, but the principle was the same: develop ways to communicate that look innocent to outsiders, but carry specific meanings to those in the know. Tavern keepers like Tom played crucial roles in these networks. Tom isn't just serving drinks and managing his business. He's also noting who comes in, who they meet with, how long they stay, whether they seem nervous or relaxed. He's tracking patterns, and he's selling this information. Tom might be on the payroll of a local lord, reporting on suspicious activities, or he might be on the payroll of that lord's enemy, reporting on the lord's agents, or, most profitably, he might be on multiple payrolls, selling information to the highest bidder, and sometimes to all bidders simultaneously, telling each one what they want to hear while maintaining enough credibility to keep them all paying. This was a dangerous game. If you got caught selling information to both sides, if your duplicity was discovered, the consequences could be severe. But the rewards were substantial. A tavern keeper with good intelligence connections could become quite wealthy, and the risk for someone skilled at the game, was manageable. Consider the case of Richard Whittington, the historical figure who later became famous in the Dick Whittington folk tale. The real Richard Whittington was a merchant and financier in late 14th century London. He served as Lord Mayor of London multiple times. He was incredibly wealthy, one of the richest men in England. But before he became Lord Mayor, before he became famous, young Richard Whittington worked in London's merchant community, and he spent considerable time in taverns. He understood how information flowed through the tavern networks. He cultivated relationships with tavern keepers. He learned who to listen to and who to trust, and he used this network to gain business advantages, to learn about opportunities before his competitors, to understand the political landscape. His success wasn't just due to business acumen. It was due to his understanding of London's informal information networks, of which the taverns were the central nodes, and he wasn't unique. Many successful medieval merchants, politicians, and military leaders understood that real power in medieval society flowed not through official channels, but through informal networks centered in places like taverns. The coded communications weren't only about espionage. They were also about business. Merchants used taverns to negotiate deals they didn't want competitors to know about. Guilds used taverns to coordinate price fixing, which was illegal but common. Labor organizers used taverns to plan work stoppages and coordinate wage demands. All of this required coded language and covert communication because the authorities were watching. Or more precisely, the authorities might be watching, and you never knew for certain when they were or weren't paying attention. So you assumed they always were and acted accordingly. This created a fascinating linguistic situation. Medieval tavern goers essentially spoke two languages, the public language of ordinary conversation and the secret language of coded meanings. To participate fully in tavern culture, especially in urban taverns where serious business was conducted, you had to learn both. The codes weren't static. They evolved constantly, adapting to circumstances. If authorities caught onto a particular code phrase, it would be abandoned and a new one adopted. This meant staying current required being embedded in the network, being a regular, being trusted. And trust was earned slowly. You didn't just walk into a tavern and immediately get included in the secret conversations. You had to prove yourself over time. Show that you could keep your mouth shut. Demonstrate that you weren't an informant. Establish your bona fides through actions, not just words. This is why the hooded figure in the corner, the one you've been watching, is still nursing that single drink. He's new here, or at least, he's not a regular. People have noticed him, just as you noticed him. They're being careful around him. The conversations are more guarded when they think he might be listening. The codes are being used more heavily, the signals more subtle. He knows this, of course. He knows he's being excluded from the real conversations happening around him. But he also knows that if he comes back night after night, if he behaves consistently, if he doesn't do anything to raise suspicions, eventually people will relax around him. Eventually they'll start to trust him, and then he'll hear things, learn things he can report back to whoever's paying him. This was the great game of medieval intelligence work. Patience, consistency, building trust slowly while never revealing your true purpose. And it all happened in taverns, over cups of questionable ale, in rooms thick with smoke and noise. The sophistication of these medieval intelligence networks is often underestimated. We tend to think of the Middle Ages as primitive, lacking the organizational capacity for complex espionage. But the historical record suggests otherwise. Medieval kingdoms maintained extensive spy networks. They gathered intelligence systematically. They used codes and ciphers, some of which were remarkably sophisticated. A letter from Edward de Thur to one of his agents, preserved in the National Archives, includes a cipher key for encoding sensitive information. The cipher is a simple substitution code where each letter is replaced by another letter according to a fixed pattern. Primitive by modern standards, but effective enough in an age where most people couldn't read even plain text, and this was just one tool. Invisible inks made from lemon juice or urine, readable only when heated. Messages hidden in the bindings of books. Information memorized and transmitted orally, never written down. Dead drops, where information was left in a prearranged location to be picked up later. All of these techniques, which we associate with more modern intelligence work, were used in medieval times, and the tavern was central to many of them. Need to pass a message without being seen doing it. Leave it in the tavern privy in a prearranged spot for your contact to pick up. Need to meet with someone without arousing suspicion. Meet in a crowded tavern where your meeting looks like just another social encounter. Need to recruit a new agent. Taverns are full of desperate people who might be willing to sell information for money. The language of shadows, the coded communications, the secret signals, all of this created a parallel world within the tavern. On the surface, just people drinking and socializing. Underneath, a complex web of information exchange, espionage, and clandestine communication. And this brings us to a darker implication. If taverns were centers of intelligence gathering, if so much secret communication happened there, then taverns were also targets for those who wanted to disrupt that communication, which meant violence, which meant murder. If you're an agent working for the French king, gathering intelligence on English military preparations, and the English discover your identity, they'll want to eliminate you. And what better place to arrange your elimination than in a tavern? A drunken brawl that turns deadly, an accidental stabbing, a cup of poisoned ale. Any of these could remove an inconvenient spy while providing plausible deniability. The historical records contain numerous accounts of suspicious deaths in taverns, men stabbed in fights that seemed to escalate too quickly, people dying from sudden illness after drinking with strangers, bodies found in alleys behind taverns, killed by unknown assailants. Some of these were genuinely random violence or accidents, but some were almost certainly targeted assassinations disguised as ordinary tavern violence. The coded language, the secret signals, the intelligence networks, all of it existed in an atmosphere of potential danger. Everyone suspected everyone. Trust was conditional and fragile, and the stakes were high military secrets, political power, vast sums of money. Even the fate of kingdoms could depend on information gathered in taverns and the success or failure of intelligence operations. You're standing in the middle of all this now, cup of ale in hand, surrounded by conversations happening on multiple levels simultaneously. Some of what you're hearing is exactly what it seems. Some is coded, some is deliberate misdirection, and you have no way to know which is which unless You're part of the network. The merchant has finished his conversation with the labourers and stands to leave. As he passes Tom at the bar, he pauses, exchanges a few words you can't hear, and slips something into Tom's hand. Money, probably. Payment for something. But payment for what? For the drinks? Or for information? Or for Tom's silence about something he overheard? You'll never know. That's the nature of the tavern's secret world. Unless you're inside it, really inside it, you're always an outsider, always guessing, always uncertain about what's really happening around you. The owl flows, the conversations continue, the codes are spoken, the signals are given, the intelligence is gathered, and somewhere, someone is making decisions based on information that passed through this tavern, information gathered by agents like the hooded figure in the corner, information that might determine whether armies march or stand down, whether kingdoms go to war or make peace, whether individuals live or die. All happening here in this smoky, crowded, apparently ordinary tavern in Southwark. Where the owl is possibly poisoned, the conversations are possibly coded, and nothing is quite what it seems. Welcome to medieval intelligence work. Welcome to the language of shadows. The underworld bargain, but coded language and espionage were merely the surface. Beneath the tavern's floorboards, in shadowy cellars and private rooms, darker business was conducted. Because medieval taverns weren't just information exchanges, they were criminal headquarters, centres of an organised underworld that operated openly in the shadows. The dice game you noticed earlier, the one with the young men playing hazard, has continued. The tension has built. The losing player's face is now red with anger and drink. The pile of coins in front of the winner has grown substantially. Watch what happens next. The loser stands abruptly, his bench scraping back across the floor. "Those dice are loaded," he says, his voice loud enough to cut through the ambient noise. The tavern doesn't go silent, not quite, but conversations near the game table pause. People turn to watch. The winner, a thin man with quick eyes, doesn't stand. He stays seated, one hand resting casually on the table near the dice, the other out of sight below the table's edge. "Are you calling me a cheat?" His voice is calm, but there's steel underneath. "I'm saying your dice don't roll fair." "Then perhaps you'd like to examine them." The winner pushes the dice across the table. But his other hand, the one below the table, is now gripping something. A knife, probably. Everyone involved in this scene knows how it might end. The loser reaches for the dice, picks them up, examines them. They're bone, carved from the knuckle bones of sheep or pigs, as dice typically were in medieval England. He turns them over in his hands, testing their weight, looking for signs of tampering. Loading dice was a common cheat. You could drill tiny holes and fill them with lead, making certain numbers more likely to come up. Or you could carve the faces unevenly, creating subtle weight imbalances. But these dice, to the loser's examination, seem fair. Which doesn't mean they are fair, only that any cheating is too subtle for him to detect. He tosses them back onto the table. "Keep your winnings. And your dice." He turns to leave. The winner relaxes slightly. His hand emerges from below the table, empty now. The knife, if there was one, stays hidden. Drink. He offers a gesture of peace or perhaps of dominance. Offering to buy a drink for someone you've just beaten is a way of showing you can afford to be generous, that the money you won means so little you'll spend it immediately. The loser pauses, considers, then nods. The tension breaks. The game is over. The other players begin gathering up the coins, settling their own wins and losses. And life in the tavern continues. But consider what just happened. Gambling was illegal in medieval England. Not just frowned upon, actually illegal. Richard Alloy's 1388 statute explicitly prohibited servants and labourers from playing dice, cards, or other games. The theory was that gambling distracted the common people from practicing archery and other martial skills necessary for national defence. The reality was that authorities feared gambling because it led to violence, crime, and social disorder. Yet here, in the Tabard, gambling happens openly. Tom saw the game. He saw the dispute. He did nothing to stop it. Why? Because Tom profits from gambling. Gamblers drink more for one thing. The excitement, the stress, the social bonding that happens around games, all of it encourages people to order more all. But more than that, Tom takes a cut. Not officially, but if you want to run a game in his tavern, you pay Tom a percentage. It's protection money, essentially. You pay, and Tom makes sure no one causes trouble for your game. You pay, and Tom doesn't report you to the authorities. This was standard practice in medieval taverns. Illegal activities were tolerated, even facilitated, in exchange for payment. The tavern keeper becomes a de facto crime boss, controlling criminal activities within his establishment, taking his share of the profits, and providing security and protection from both rival criminals and from legal authorities. Gambling was just one stream of illegal income. Move your attention to the back corner of the tavern, where a different transaction is taking place. A well-dressed man, a merchant by his appearance, is examining something small that another man has just handed him. Even from here, you can see the glint of metal. Silver, possibly. The merchant examines it carefully, testing its weight, checking for marks that would indicate its origin. This is fencing, the buying and selling of stolen goods. The man selling is almost certainly a thief. The merchant is a fence, someone who buys stolen property and then resells it, usually far from where it was stolen, making it difficult to trace. Medieval cities had thriving black markets for stolen goods, and taverns were central to these markets. Why taverns? Several reasons. First, they provided neutral ground where thieves and fencers could meet without arousing suspicion. Two men having drinks together looks innocent. Two men meeting in a dark alley does not. Second, tavern keepers like Tom could facilitate introductions, acting as middlemen between thieves looking to sell and fencers looking to buy. Third, the constant flow of strangers through taverns meant that unfamiliar faces didn't stand out. A fence from another city, meeting with a local thief to buy stolen property, could conduct business without being noticed. Tom is watching this transaction too. He'll get his cut, probably a percentage of the sale price, paid by the fence. It's a good arrangement for everyone involved, except the original owner of the stolen property, who will never see it again. The types of goods stolen and fenced through taverns varied. Precious metals and jewels, obviously. These were high value and portable, but also cloth, which was expensive in the medieval period. Wool, silk, linen, all were valuable and relatively easy to steal and transport. Tools, particularly good quality iron tools, were in demand. Even food could be stolen and sold, particularly during times of scarcity. One of the most common stolen goods was livestock. Rustling, the theft of cattle, sheep or pigs, was widespread. The animals would be stolen from one area, quickly moved to another area, and sold at markets through intermediaries. Taverns served as coordination points for these operations. Thieves would meet in taverns to plan raids. Fencers would arrange sales in taverns. The stolen animals might even be temporarily hidden in tavern stables before being moved to market. The scope of medieval organized crime is often underestimated. We think of the Middle Ages as lawless in a chaotic way, with individual criminals acting opportunistically. But the historical record shows sophisticated criminal networks operating across cities and regions. Thieves' guilds, though not formal organizations in the modern sense, were loose networks of criminals who cooperated, shared information, and divided territory. London had particularly notorious criminal organizations. The rufflers were ex-soldiers who turned to crime, using their military training to intimidate and rob. The upright men were leaders of criminal bands, coordinating thefts and other crimes across London and the surrounding countryside. And taverns were where these groups met, planned, recruited, and divided their spoils. Tom's Tavern isn't necessarily headquarters for such a group, but it's a known safe location where criminals can do business. Tom doesn't ask too many questions. He doesn't report suspicious activities to the authorities, and in exchange, the criminals provide him with a steady stream of income beyond what he makes from selling ale. But there's another layer to the tavern's criminal enterprises, one that's less visible, but perhaps more lucrative. Look at the serving girl, the young woman who brought you your ale earlier. She's moving through the crowd now, stopping to chat with various customers. Her manner is friendly, flirtatious even. She laughs at jokes, touches arms, leans in close to hear over the noise. This is another income stream, prostitution. The line between serving girl and prostitute was often blurry in medieval taverns. Many serving girls supplemented their meagre wages by providing sexual services to customers. Some taverns specialized in this, becoming known as places where such services were available. Other taverns, like the Tabard, offered it as an additional service alongside food and drink. Alice, the alewife, often played a dual role, brewer and madam. She would recruit young women, often desperate for work, and put them to work both serving ale and servicing customers. The economics were straightforward. The women kept a portion of what they earned from prostitution. Alice and Tom took the rest. The arrangement benefited everyone except the women, who had few other options for survival in medieval London. Prostitution itself existed in a complex legal space. In some medieval cities, at certain times, it was legal and regulated. Brothels operated openly, sometimes even owned by the municipal government. In other places and times, it was illegal but tolerated, and in some cases, it was actively prosecuted, particularly if the church decided to crack down on moral offences. London's approach varied by period. In the 14th century, prostitution was illegal but widely practiced and rarely punished. Southwark, the area where the Tabard is located, was particularly notorious. It was just outside London's city walls, which meant it was outside the city's direct jurisdiction. This made it attractive for activities the city wanted to prohibit, but couldn't fully suppress. Taverns, brothels, bear-baiting arenas, and theatres all clustered in Southwark, creating a district devoted to entertainment, vice, and crime. The church condemned prostitution, of course. Preachers railed against it as a sin, Bishops ordered crackdowns, but the practice continued because demand existed and because it provided income to many people, from the prostitutes themselves to the tavern keepers who housed them to the landlords who rented buildings, for brothels to the corrupt officials who took bribes to look the other way. And taverns were perfect locations for prostitution. The combination of alcohol and available women made commercial sense. Men came for drinks, stayed for the company. Tom's profits increased. Alice's income from her role as madame added to the household finances. The serving girls earned more than they could through serving alone, and the customers got what they wanted, but the human cost was significant. The women involved often had few choices. Poverty, abandonment, family tragedy, or simply lack of opportunities might push them into prostitution. Disease was rampant. Syphilis wouldn't arrive in Europe until the late 15th century, but other sexually transmitted infections existed. Pregnancy was always a risk, and medieval contraception was unreliable at best. Violence from customers was common, and the social stigma meant that once a woman was known as a prostitute, returning to respectable society was nearly impossible. The tavern's underworld extended to smuggling as well. England had customs duties on imported goods, wine, spices, cloth, all the luxury goods that the wealthy desired, and that came from abroad, were taxed when they entered the country. This created a strong incentive to avoid the taxes by smuggling. Taverns near ports, like the Tabard in Southwark near the Thames, served as distribution points for smuggled goods. A ship would arrive, officially carrying one cargo, but secretly carrying another in hidden compartments or in barrels labelled as something else. The captain would make contact with a smuggling network, often through a tavern keeper. The illegal goods would be offloaded at night and brought to the tavern. There, they would be divided among buyers who had been notified through the tavern's network. The buyers would distribute the goods further, selling them in markets and shops across London. Tom likely has contacts among ship captains, dock workers, and merchants involved in smuggling. He facilitates transactions, stores goods temporarily in his cellars, and takes his percentage. It's risky because customs officials do conduct raids and investigations, but it's also lucrative, and Tom has connections that warn him when inspections are likely. The organization required for all of this should not be underestimated. Running a criminal enterprise requires the same skills as running a legitimate business: managing people, tracking inventory, maintaining accounts, building networks, managing risk. Tom is essentially a business manager, except his business includes illegal gambling, fencing stolen goods, prostitution, and smuggling alongside his legal sales of food and all. He needs to keep track of who owes what to whom. The gambler who runs games in his tavern pays him a percentage, but the gambler also might be in debt to Tom for past drinks. The fence owes Tom for facilitating introductions to thieves. But Tom also relies on the fence to help him dispose of items Tom might need to sell discreetly. The serving girl prostitute owes Tom and Alice a cut of her earnings, but Tom has also advanced her money when she needed it, so there's a debt relationship. The smuggler provides Tom with goods to sell without paying customs duties, but Tom provides the smuggler with storage and distribution, so the relationship is reciprocal. All of these relationships, debts, obligations, and transactions have to be managed. Most of them can't be written down because written records could be used as evidence by authorities. So Tom keeps it all in his head. He remembers who owes what, who's reliable, who's a risk, who can be trusted, and who needs to be watched carefully. This is the medieval criminal underworld, not the romanticized version of Robin Hood and his merry men stealing from the rich and giving to the poor. Not the chaotic violence of random banditry, but organized, systematic, business-like crime, coordinated through taverns, managed by tavern keepers, operating in plain sight, hidden only by the protection money paid to authorities and by the codes, signals, and trusted networks that kept the operations running smoothly. And it's not just London. This pattern repeats across medieval Europe. Paris had its criminal taverns, Florence, Venice, Bruges, Cologne. Every major city had districts where taverns served as criminal headquarters. And even rural taverns, in villages and along trade routes, served similar functions on a smaller scale. The local tavern was where you went if you needed to fence stolen cattle, hire muscle for a dispute, arrange an illegal gambling game, or find a woman for the night. The authorities knew all this. They weren't naive. But their enforcement was limited by resources, by corruption within their own ranks, and by the practical reality that completely eliminating tavern-based crime was impossible without eliminating taverns themselves, which was unthinkable given taverns' importance to medieval social and economic life. So a rough equilibrium existed. Tavern keepers paid bribes to officials. Officials conducted occasional raids and arrests to appear to be enforcing the law. Criminals operated semi-openly, understanding that if they became too blatant or violent, a crackdown would come. And the system continued, year after year, generating wealth for those involved while providing services that society officially condemned but unofficially tolerated. You're standing in the middle of this system right now. The dice game in the corner is illegal. The fencing operation in the back is illegal. The serving girls' other services are illegal. The smuggled goods probably stored in the cellar below your feet are illegal. All of it happening while Tom smiles and pours drinks and makes conversation, collecting his percentages, managing his networks, running his criminal enterprise disguised as a simple tavern. This is the Underworld bargain. Society needs taverns for all, for social gathering, for information exchange, but that same need creates opportunities for crime. And so taverns become criminal centers. Tom becomes a crime boss. The Tabard becomes a headquarters for illegal operations spanning gambling, theft, prostitution, and smuggling, and everyone involved, from the criminals to the customers to the authorities, understands the arrangement. They may not speak of it openly. They may maintain the fiction that the Tabard is just an ordinary tavern. But they all know. They all participate. They all benefit. This is medieval reality, not the sanitized version in textbooks, not the romantic tales of chivalry and honor, but the actual day-to-day existence of how medieval society functioned. The criminal underworld wasn't separate from legitimate society. It was intertwined with it, and the tavern was where the two worlds met, made deals, and sustained each other in a complex, mutually beneficial arrangement. The aal flows, the dice roll, the stolen goods change hands. The serving girl laughs at a customer's joke and negotiates her price. Tom watches it all, remembering, calculating, managing his empire. And you, standing there with your cup of questionable aal, are witnessing the true economy of medieval life, the economy that happened in shadows but sustained much of what happened in the light. Welcome to the Underworld. Welcome to the bargain. Welcome to the place where medieval crime and medieval life were inseparable, where the line between legal and illegal was negotiable, where everything had a price and Tom knew what that price was, where the game was rigged, the dice were probably loaded, and the house always won. But at least the L was flowing. For now, the year of shadows. The year is still 1347. Autumn is deepening into winter. Outside the Tabard, the nights are growing longer, colder. Inside, the fire burns constantly now, keeping the chill at bay. The rhythms of tavern life continue as they have for years, for decades, for as long as anyone can remember. But something is changing. Something is coming. If you listen carefully, beneath the noise and laughter, you can sense it. An unease, a tension. Whispers of something wrong, something approaching from the east. The merchant from earlier, the one conducting coded business with the labourers, has returned. But tonight his manner is different, more nervous, less confident. He's talking to Tom at the bar, speaking quietly. You can't hear the words, but you can see Tom's face change as he listens, concern. Perhaps fear. Later, after the merchant leaves, Tom speaks to Alice. Again, you can't hear the conversation, but their body language tells a story. Something serious, something that worries them both. Alice's hand goes to her throat, a gesture of unconscious anxiety. Tom's jaw is set, his expression grim. What are they discussing? News, rumours, reports from travellers, from merchants who've been to the continent, from ship captains who've heard things in foreign ports. Stories about a sickness, a plague. Something terrible spreading across Asia, moving westward into Europe. Cities dying. Populations decimated. Death on a scale no one has seen before. The rumours have been circulating for months, actually. Since spring, there have been stories about a pestilence in the east. China, India, Persia, all suffering from some terrible disease. But the east is far away. The stories seem distant, perhaps exaggerated. Travellers always bring tales of strange things from foreign lands. How much was true? How much was embellishment? But by summer, the reports were getting closer. Constantinople, the great city at the crossroads of Europe and Asia, was affected. Reports said people were dying by the thousands. The Byzantine Empire, one of the great powers of the medieval world, was staggering under the impact. By autumn, the plague had reached Italian ports. Genoa, Venice, cities with which English merchants traded regularly. Now the reports were coming from people who'd seen it firsthand. English sailors who'd been in Italian ports and witnessed the dying. Merchants who'd fled Italy, bringing their trade goods, and, unknowingly, bringing something else as well. The symptoms described are horrifying. Swellings in the groin and armpits, painful and darkening to black. High fevers, vomiting blood. Death within days, sometimes within hours of the first symptoms appearing. And the speed of transmission, person to person, household to household, spreading through cities faster than anyone could track or contain. Tom and Alice are discussing whether it will reach England. Some say England's island status will protect it. The plague is travelling along trade routes, spread by merchants and their goods, by ships and their cargo. If England closes its ports, refuses foreign ships, perhaps the island can remain safe, but England can't close its ports, not completely. England's economy depends on trade. wool exports to Flanders, wine imports from Bordeaux, spices, cloth, metals, all the goods that flow through London's docks and support the merchants, the workers, the tavern keepers, everyone whose livelihood depends on commerce. Close the ports and the economy collapses. People starve. Riots break out. The cure becomes worse than the disease, so the ports remain open. Ships continue to arrive, and with them, though no one yet understands the mechanism, the plague is coming closer. It's December now. Winter in London. The cold should slow the spread of disease, people think. Most sicknesses seem to fade in winter. Perhaps the plague, if it comes at all, will arrive weakened, easily managed with the herbal remedies and prayers that have worked against other illnesses. This is wishful thinking, but it's better than despair. Life in the Tabard continues. People drink, gamble, conduct their illegal business, share gossip and rumours. The talk of plague becomes routine, just another topic of conversation alongside the weather, the price of bread, and complaints about taxes. Christmas comes. The tavern is busy with celebrations. People are determined to enjoy themselves despite, or perhaps because of, the uncertainty. If death is coming, better to drink and be merry while you can. The oil flows more freely. Tom's profits increase. The serving girls are run ragged trying to keep up with orders. The fires burn high, keeping the winter cold at bay, keeping the darkness outside where it belongs. New Year arrives. 1348 begins, the coldest part of winter. In normal years, this would be a quiet time in the tavern. People staying home, conserving resources, waiting for spring. But this year is different. The tavern is consistently full. People seeking comfort in company, in warmth, in the familiar rhythms of drinking and socializing. And then, in January, the news arrives. The plague has reached France. Paris is experiencing deaths. The reports are confused, contradictory, but the basic fact is clear: the pestilence is now in France, just across the channel from England. The atmosphere in the Tabard changes. The nervous energy becomes more pronounced. Conversations are more urgent. The drinking becomes heavier, more desperate. People aren't just socializing anymore. They're seeking oblivion, temporary escape from thinking about what might be coming. Tom considers closing the tavern. Alice suggests it. They could leave London, go to the countryside, somewhere isolated, away from the ports and the trade routes and the crowds. Maybe in a remote village, they could escape whatever is coming, but they don't leave, partly because the Tabard is their livelihood, their home, everything they've built, partly because where would they go? Plague or no plague, they need to earn money, and they earn it by running a tavern, and partly because of a fatalism that's settling over London. If it comes, it comes. You can't run from fate. Better to stay, to continue living, to make what profit you can while you can. February. The plague is spreading across France. More reports reach London. The death tolls are astronomical. Entire villages depopulated. Cities losing half their population. And the terrifying speed with which it spreads. A city can be healthy one week and devastated the next. March. Spring is approaching. The days are getting longer, warmer, and then the news everyone has been dreading, the plague, has reached the English coast. A ship from France docked at a southern port, and within days, people in the port town began dying. The symptoms matched the reports from the continent: the swellings, the fever, the rapid death. The first cases in London appear in April. a merchant who'd been to the coast. A sailor from an infected ship. The exact origins are unclear, but the result is unmistakable. The plague is here, in London, in England, and the Tabard, crowded as it's been all winter with people seeking comfort and distraction, becomes one of the first places where the plague begins to spread. Think about it. Everything we've discussed about taverns, all the reasons they were central to medieval life, all the activities that happen there, all of it now becomes a vector for disease transmission. The close quarters. 50 people packed into a space meant for half that number. Breathing the same air, breathing on each other, coughing, sneezing, spreading whatever pathogens they carry. The shared drinking vessels. Medieval taverns didn't have individual cups for each customer. You drank from communal vessels, passed from person to person. Whatever one person had, their saliva on the rim of the cup, was transferred to the next person who drank. The poor hygiene, the straw on the floor, matted with spilled oil, food scraps, possibly urine and worse. A breeding ground for rats, for fleas, for all the vectors that carry disease. Medieval people didn't understand germ theory. They didn't connect filth with sickness, not in the way we do now. The tavern floor was disgusting by modern standards, but it was normal for the time. The constant flow of people. Travellers from other cities, sailors from foreign ports, merchants who'd been to infected areas, all passing through the tavern, drinking, socializing, and unknowingly spreading the plague. The prostitution, close physical contact, the exchange of bodily fluids. If ever there was a way to ensure disease transmission, this was it. And perhaps most importantly, the rats. Taverns stored grain for brewing. Grain attracts rats. The rats carried fleas. And the fleas, though medieval people didn't know this, carried the bacteria that caused the plague. Yersinia pestis, a bacterium that lives in rodents and their fleas, and that causes bubonic plague when transmitted to humans. The Black Death, as it would later be called, wasn't just one disease. It manifested in several forms. Bubonic plague, with the characteristic swellings or buboes in the lymph nodes. Pneumonic plague, a respiratory form that spread directly from person to person through coughing. And septicemic plague, where the infection spread through the bloodstream, causing rapid death. All three forms appeared in medieval Europe, and all three found ideal conditions for spreading in places like the Tabard. The first death in Tom's Tavern happens in late April. One of the regular customers, a labourer who came every evening after work, develops a fever. Within a day, he has the swellings in his groin. He's moved to his home, but it's too late. He dies within 3 days. His family begins to show symptoms within a week. Then another regular dies, and another. By May, Tom is seeing multiple deaths every week among his customers. The tavern is quieter now. People are starting to stay home, afraid of contagion. But some still come, either because they don't believe the danger or because they've decided that if death is coming, they'd rather face it drunk than sober. Alice falls ill in early June. The fever comes first, then the swellings. Tom is devastated. He tries every remedy he knows. Prayers, herbs, bleeding, the standard medical treatment of the time. Nothing works. Alice dies within 4 days of her first symptoms. Tom continues running the tavern. What else can he do? Grief, rage, fear, all of it is numbed by the sheer scale of what's happening. London is dying. The streets are full of corpses. Carts collect bodies daily, taking them to mass graves outside the city. The normal social order is breaking down. The serving girl, the one who also worked as a prostitute, dies in July. One of the gamblers, the thin man with quick eyes who ran the dice games, dies in August. The hooded figure you noticed that first night, the spy who watched everyone, dies in September. The merchant, the fence, the smugglers, the thieves, all the characters who populated the Tabard's world, most of them are dead by autumn. The Tabard itself becomes quieter, emptier. On some nights, Tom has only a handful of customers. On others, the tavern is empty except for himself. He keeps brewing ale, keeps the fire burning, keeps the tavern open, because what else is there? His wife is dead. His livelihood is dying. The world is ending. But the tavern endures, a fragile island of normalcy in a sea of death. It's estimated that the Black Death killed between 30 and 60% of Europe's population. In some cities, the death rate was even higher. London lost perhaps half its population. Southwark, where the Tabard was located, was hit particularly hard because of its crowded conditions and its position as an entry point for travellers. Taverns, the centres of medieval social life, became death traps. The very features that made them important, the gathering of people, the shared food and drink, the close contact, all became mechanisms for spreading the plague. And there was nothing anyone could do to stop it. Medieval medicine had no answer for the plague. They didn't understand what caused it. They tried everything: prayers, processions, bleeding, herbal remedies, fleeing to the countryside, sealing themselves in their homes. Some of these strategies helped marginally. Fleeing early, before you were infected, could save you if you went somewhere the plague hadn't reached yet. Isolating the sick might slow the spread slightly, but mostly people died in massive numbers, quickly, horribly. The social impact was catastrophic. Labour shortages because so many workers died. Economic disruption because trade networks collapsed. Religious crisis because prayers to God seemed unanswered. Political instability because the structures of authority were weakened. And psychological trauma because everyone had watched friends, family, neighbours die, often helplessly, in agony. The Black Death changed medieval Europe forever. The world after 1350 was fundamentally different from the world before 1347. And taverns, which had been centres of that pre-plague world, were transformed by the experience. Some taverns, like the Tabard, survived. Tom survived, though he lost his wife and most of his customers. He rebuilt slowly, finding new staff, attracting new customers as London's population began to recover. But it was never the same. The casual confidence, the sense that life would continue as it always had, that was gone, replaced by awareness of fragility, of how quickly everything could be taken away. Other taverns closed, their keepers dead, their buildings abandoned or repurposed. Entire streets in some cities became ghost towns, the taverns standing empty, windows dark, no smoke from chimneys, no sound of voices and laughter. The plague would return periodically over the following centuries. Not as severely as the first outbreak in 1348, 1350, but still deadly. People learned to live with the threat, to accept that plague was now a permanent feature of European life. Taverns developed protocols isolating sick customers, refusing service to people showing symptoms, cleaning more frequently. Whether these measures helped is debatable, but they gave people a sense of doing something, of not being completely helpless. Looking back at the Tabard in autumn 1347, at the world we entered at the beginning of this journey, the atmosphere of danger and darkness was already present. The poisoned all, the espionage, the criminal underworld, all of it created a sense of medieval life as precarious, violent, unpredictable. But the plague that arrived in 1348 made all of those previous dangers seem trivial. Yes, Ull might be poisoned, but the plague killed more people in a few years than poisoners could have killed in a century. Yes, spies operated in taverns, but the intelligence they gathered meant nothing when half the population was dead. Yes, crime flourished, but what good were stolen goods when there was no one left to buy them? The plague was the ultimate dark secret of medieval taverns, not a secret in the sense of being hidden, because everyone knew about it, but a secret in the sense that historians sometimes downplay its impact, focusing on kings and battles and treaties, while overlooking the everyday reality of life in a world where death could come at any moment, where a place of gathering and comfort could become a place of infection and death. The Year of Shadows, 1347 turning into 1348, was the last year of the Old World, the world where taverns were centres of life, commerce, crime, and espionage, where the dangers were human scale, understandable, manageable. A world about to be transformed by forces beyond anyone's control or understanding. And as we stand in the Tabard in late 1347, we're witnessing the end of an era. The darkness we've explored, the poisoning and spying and crime, all of it is about to be overwhelmed by a much larger darkness. The Year of Shadows is ending. The years of death are beginning, and nothing will ever be the same. The Pestilence Protocol picture, the Tabard now, 6 months into the plague. It's October 1348. The autumn chill is settling over London, but the cold brings no relief from the death. If anything, people are dying faster as winter approaches, their bodies weakened by months of fear, poor nutrition, and the general breakdown of normal life. Tom stands behind his counter, but the scene around him has changed dramatically from that evening in 1347 when we first entered his establishment. The fire still burns, the tallow candles still flicker, but the crowd is gone. On this particular evening, there are perhaps a dozen customers scattered throughout the space that once held 50 or more. They sit apart from each other, maintaining distance, eyeing newcomers with suspicion. The atmosphere is thick with more than just smoke now. It's heavy with fear, superstition, and something else, something medicinal and acrid. Because Tom, like every tavern keeper who survived the first wave of plague, has become something new. He's still a brewer, still an innkeeper, but now he's also a merchant of hope, selling what people want most desperately: protection from death. Look at the table near the counter. On it sits a collection of items that would have been unusual before the plague. Glass bottles containing dark liquids, bundles of dried herbs, small leather pouches, clay jars sealed with wax, and next to each item, a handwritten label making extraordinary claims. Aquavita pestis, reads one label, water of life against plague, guaranteed protection when drunk thrice daily. Theriac magna, says another. The great antidote, protection against all poisons and pestilence. These aren't Tom's only wares anymore. All is still available, of course. But the real money now, the desperate, willing to pay anything money, comes from plague remedies. And Tom, survivor that he is, has adapted to this new market. He's become a dealer in hope, however false that hope might be. This is our fifth dark secret, though it grows from the fourth S, medical quackery, and plague profiteering. Pressers, when people are dying by the thousands and orthodox medicine has no answers, when prayers seem unanswered and physicians are fleeing cities or dying themselves, a market opens. A terrible, exploitative, often deadly market for supposed cures. The drinks and potions Tom sells aren't cheap. That bottle of aqua vita pestis, it costs as much as a labourer might earn in a week. The theriac, a legendary compound supposedly invented by ancient Greek physicians, costs even more. A single dose is priced at what a skilled craftsman might make in a month. And what's actually in these expensive remedies? Let's look closer at that bottle of aqua vita. Tom makes it himself now, following a recipe he bought from a travelling physician who passed through London in July. The physician is probably dead now, but his recipe lives on. It's actually quite simple, strong distilled alcohol. Herbs, rosemary, sage, lavender, mint, crushed garlic, and something else. Something Tom adds with a careful hand because he knows it's dangerous. Ground mercury. Yes, mercury. The same poisonous heavy metal that would later be recognized as toxic. But in medieval medicine, mercury was considered powerful, a substance that could drive out disease. The recipe Tom bought claimed that mercury purifies the blood and burns away pestilence from the body. In reality, mercury poisoning causes tremors, kidney damage, neurological problems, and death. But when added in small amounts to alcoholic drinks, it produces a warming sensation, a tingling that feels medicinal. It feels like something is happening, and in a time of plague, when nothing else seems to work, that feeling is worth its weight in gold. The theriac is even more elaborate. Theriac was a real historical remedy, mentioned in ancient texts and produced by apothecaries throughout the medieval period. Its recipe varied, but most versions contained dozens of ingredients. Opium, viper flesh, yes, actual snakeus, various herbs and spices, honey, wine, and often toxic substances like arsenic, mercury, or lead. The theriac Tom sells isn't the elaborate version made by professional apothecaries. He can't get many of those rare ingredients, not in a plague-ravaged city where trade has collapsed. But he makes something close enough. His version contains opium, which he obtains from one of the few remaining smugglers, several herbs, honey, strong wine, and a touch of arsenic, just enough to produce a tingling in the mouth, a numbness that suggests powerful medicine at work. Does any of this actually work? No, none of these remedies have any effect on plague. The opium in the theriac might dull pain and create euphoria, helping people feel better briefly before they die. The alcohol in the aqua vita might provide temporary warmth and numbness, but as actual treatments for Yersinia pestis, completely useless. And the toxic ingredients, the mercury and arsenic, actively harm people, adding poisoning to the burden their bodies are already carrying. But Tom sells these products, and people buy them desperately, because what else can they do? The physicians, the learned medical men who supposedly understand disease, have no better answers. They recommend bloodletting, which weakens patients. They recommend poultices of various herbs, which do nothing. They recommend prayer and confession, which provide spiritual comfort, but many physical cure. And many physicians have fled entirely, leaving cities to save themselves. So people turn to tavern keepers, to wise women, to anyone claiming to have a remedy. and they pay extraordinary prices for that hope. Watch this transaction. A man enters the Tabard. He's well-dressed, clearly prosperous, though his clothes hang loose on him now, suggesting weight loss from stress or illness. He approaches Tom directly, ignoring the sparse scattering of customers. "The aqua vita," he says, his voice low, urgent. "Do you have any left?" Tom reaches under the counter and produces a bottle. The dark liquid inside glints in the candlelight. 2 shillings, he says. 2 shillings. Before the plague, that would have been an outrageous price for such a small bottle. Now, the customer doesn't even hesitate. He places coins on the counter, takes the bottle, and leaves immediately, clutching it like treasure. That transaction represents a week of a labourer's wages for a bottle of poisoned alcohol, and Tom will sell a dozen more before the night ends. The profiteering isn't limited to fake remedies. Everything has become more expensive. Food prices have risen dramatically because so many farmers and labourers are dead. Grain that cost a penny before the plague now costs 3 or 4. Meat has doubled or tripled in price. Even oil, common oil without any special additives, costs more because the demand outstrips Tom's ability to produce it with reduced staff. And Tom isn't even the worst offender. Throughout London, throughout Europe, merchants are hoarding goods and driving up prices. Some people are becoming wealthy from the plague, profiting from desperation and death. It's economically rational in a grim way. When supply drops because workers are dying and demand stays constant or increases because people want to stockpile, prices rise. That's just market forces. But market forces during a plague look a lot like moral collapse. Consider the ethical dimension here. Tom isn't an evil man. We've seen him operate his tavern, manage his information networks, tolerate crime in his establishment. He's pragmatic, certainly. Morally flexible, definitely, but not actively malicious. Yet here he is, selling poison to desperate people at inflated prices, claiming it will save them when he likely knows it won't. Has he convinced himself his remedies work? Perhaps. Medieval understanding of medicine was very different from ours. The idea that small amounts of poison could be medicinal was widespread. Physicians regularly prescribed mercury, arsenic, and other toxic substances. The line between medicine and poison was blurred. So Tom might genuinely believe that his aqua vita provides some protection, even if he also recognizes that it's mostly alcohol and hope. Or perhaps he's simply doing what survivors do, adapting to circumstances, providing what people demand, making money however he can in a world that's falling apart. Morality becomes complicated when death is everywhere and everyone is trying to survive. The medical quackery extends beyond just drinks and potions. Other supposed remedies flourish in plague-time taverns. There are amulets, small cloth pouches containing dried herbs or written prayers sold as protective charms. There are bleeding services, offered by barbers who claim that removing corrupt blood will prevent plague. There are fumigation services, burning specific combinations of herbs to purify the air of pestilence. Some tavern keepers even offer plague insurance of a sort. For a substantial upfront payment, they promise to care for you if you fall ill, to provide nursing and remedies. Of course, if you do fall ill, you almost certainly die, so the tavern keeper keeps the payment and provides minimal actual care. It's a profitable arrangement, for the tavern keeper at least. Look at another aspect of plague-time tavern economics, the dead customer's debts. Before the plague, if a regular customer ran a tab and then died, the tavern keeper would typically seek payment from the family. But when whole families are dying, when normal social structures are breaking down, those debts become uncollectible. Tom has a ledger filled with names of dead customers who owe him money he'll never see. But he also has something else: the possessions of customers who died in or near his tavern, a cloak left behind by a customer who stumbled out feeling feverish and died in the street, a knife dropped by someone too sick to notice, shoes abandoned, belts, purses, all the small items people carried. Some tavern keepers sell these items, adding to their plague profits. It's risky, because the plague can be transmitted through cloth and possessions, but the risk is worth it for the profit. Tom, more cautious, keeps a pile of these items in a back room, waiting to see if anyone claims them. Most go unclaimed. After a few months, he sells them. There's also the matter of the dead. In the worst months of the plague, 1348 into 1349, bodies are everywhere. The official gravediggers and carters can't keep up, so bodies lie in streets, in homes, sometimes in taverns where people die suddenly before they can leave or be moved. Tom has had to deal with this. 3 customers died in his tavern during August 1348. One collapsed near the fire, dead before anyone realized he was sick. Another died upstairs in a rented room. A third died in the privy outside, found the next morning. Each time, Tom has to arrange disposal, pay someone to move the body, pay for a cart, pay for burial, or at least for the body to be taken to one of the mass graves being dug outside the city walls. These aren't trivial expenses, and they come at a time when Tom's income is reduced because he has fewer customers. So there's a financial incentive to avoid responsibility, to claim you didn't notice the customer die, to suggest they died outside your establishment, not inside, to delay reporting deaths. Some tavern keepers go further. There are whispered stories, impossible to verify but persistent, of bodies being hidden in cellars, of dead customers being dragged into alleys to avoid the expense and attention of official disposal, of makeshift graves being dug in courtyards behind taverns, shallow graves that seep contamination into the ground and groundwater. Is Tom doing any of this? Probably not. He's practical but not actively criminal in this way. But he knows others who are. The social order is breaking down, and in that breakdown, people do things they wouldn't have considered before the plague. By late 1349, as the first great wave of plague begins to subside, the Tabard exists in a transformed landscape. London's population has been cut by half. Entire streets are empty. Some taverns have closed permanently. Others, like the Tabard, remain open but are shadows of what they were. Tom has survived. He's also profited in a grim way. The money he made from selling fake plague remedies at inflated prices has allowed him to buy property from families desperate for cash or from estates of the dead. He owns 2 other buildings in Southwark now, acquired for a fraction of their pre-plague value. This pattern repeats across Europe. Some people, through luck or caution or ruthlessness, not only survive the plague, but emerge wealthier. They buy land and property cheaply. They take over businesses from dead owners. They profit from the death of others. It's not planned or coordinated. It's just what happens when half the population dies and survivors are left to divide what remains. The medical quackery of plague time creates another lasting change, a deep suspicion of official medicine. Physicians, with all their learning and expensive treatments, couldn't stop the plague. They fled cities, left patients to die, and charged enormous fees for useless treatments. Meanwhile, common tavern keepers and wise women offered remedies that didn't work either, but at least they stayed and tried. This experience shapes medieval attitudes toward medicine for generations. People become more willing to try folk remedies, more skeptical of learned physicians, more likely to self-medicate with tavern-bought potions and drinks. The medical profession's authority is damaged and alternative healers flourish. It's worth noting that not all plague remedies are pure quackery. Some folk practices accidentally stumble onto useful strategies. Isolating the sick does help slow transmission, even if people don't understand germ theory. Fleeing infected areas before you're sick can save you. Some herbs have mild antiseptic or anti-inflammatory properties that might help with secondary infections. But these marginally useful practices are mixed with dangerous nonsense, toxic substances, and pure superstition. Medieval people have no way to distinguish what might help from what will kill them. Standing in the Tabard in late 1349, as the first wave of plague finally recedes, you can see the full cost of the Pestilence protocol. Not just the dead, though they're everywhere in memory, if not in body, but also the corruption of normal commerce, the exploitation of desperation, the erosion of trust, the lasting damage to medical authority. Tom pours ale for his handful of customers. He's cleaned the bottles of aquavita off his counter. The plague isn't gone. It will return periodically for centuries, but the worst is over for now. Life is beginning to reorganize itself around the survivors. But Tom knows, and anyone who survived knows, that the world has changed fundamentally. The easy assumptions of the pre-plague world are gone. The belief that society was stable, that authorities knew what they were doing, that God would protect the faithful, all of it has been tested and found wanting. The tavern continues. People still need to drink, to gather, to forget. But it's a different tavern now, in a different world. The darkness of plague time quackery and profiteering is just one more shadow added to all the others. The poisoning, the espionage, the crime, the disease, all of it woven together into the fabric of medieval tavern life. And as we prepare to move forward in our exploration into the years after the plague, we'll see how this catastrophe reshapes everything else, how the labor shortages lead to new power dynamics, how the breakdown of authority enables new forms of resistance, how the trauma of the plague years echoes through generations. The Pestilence protocol isn't just about medical quackery. It's about how catastrophe reveals and accelerates every dark tendency in human nature, and how institutions like taverns both reflect and enable that darkness. The Aftermath Assembly move forward now. It's 1352. 3 years after the first wave of plague subsided, the Tabard has found a new equilibrium. The dead are buried. The survivors have adapted. Tom still stands behind his counter, older now, greyer, but alive. The tavern is busy again, not as crowded as it was in 1347, but there are customers every night. Life, in its persistent way, continues. But something has changed in the atmosphere. Listen carefully to the conversations happening in the corners and at the tables. The topics are different. The tone is different. There's an edge to the discussions, a directness that would have been dangerous before the plague. People are talking about money, about wages, about power, and they're not just complaining the way workers have always complained. They're organizing. Picture a group of men sitting at a table near the back wall. They're labourers, you can tell from their rough clothes and calloused hands. Before the plague, such men might have been in the tavern, certainly, but they would have been deferential, careful in their speech, mindful of their place in the social order. These men are not deferential. Their conversation is animated, confident, almost confrontational. The harvest starts in 2 weeks, one says, a broad-shouldered man with a weather-worn face. Lord Edmund will expect us at the usual rate. The usual rate? Another man repeats, his voice dripping with contempt. 3 pence a day, while half the workers are dead, and the work needs doing just the same. We should ask for more, a third man says. Not quietly, not as a timid suggestion. Boldly. 6 pence a day, that's fair. Fair, the first man says. Hell never pay it. Then we don't work his harvest. The second man responds. Let him find other workers. Let's see how many he can get at 3 pence a day when every other lord is desperate for labourers too. This conversation represents our 6th dark secret, est labour organising and the post-plague power shift, secondless. When the Black Death killed between 30 and 60% of Europe's population, it didn't kill lords and peasants equally. It killed primarily working people, the labourers and craftsmen and servants who lived in crowded conditions and couldn't flee to isolated country estates. The nobility survived in much higher percentages. This created a profound economic imbalance. The amount of work needing to be done, farmland to be cultivated, buildings to be maintained, goods to be produced, all of that remained roughly constant, but the number of workers available to do that work had been cut in half or worse. Simple economics. When supply drops and demand stays constant, prices rise. And in this case, the price was labour, workers' wages. Before the plague, labourers had little bargaining power. There were always more workers than jobs, so if you didn't accept the wages offered, someone else would. But after the plague, the situation reversed. Now there were more jobs than workers. For the first time in generations, perhaps for the first time ever in the medieval period, common labourers had leverage, and they knew it. The men at that table aren't just complaining. They're planning. They're coordinating. They've agreed among themselves not to accept less than 6 pence a day for harvest work. And they're not alone. Throughout London, throughout England, throughout Europe, similar conversations are happening. Workers comparing notes, agreeing on minimum wages, planning collective action. Taverns become the headquarters for this organising, because where else can workers meet? Churches are controlled by authorities who generally support the nobility. Guild halls are for established craftsmen, not common labourers. Streets are public, where anyone can overhear. But taverns are semi-private spaces where common people gather, where conversations can happen without direct oversight, where alliances can be formed. Tom watches this organising happen in his establishment. He's ambivalent about it. On one hand, it's good for business. These organising workers buy Al. They meet regularly, which means steady custom. On the other hand, it's dangerous. The nobility and the crown are aware of this labour organising and deeply opposed to it. There are laws being passed, regulations trying to control wages and prevent workers from demanding more money. The most significant of these is the Statute of Labourers, passed by the English Parliament in 1351. This law attempts to cap wages at pre-plague levels. It prohibits workers from demanding higher pay and employers from offering it. It requires workers to accept employment at the old rates and makes it illegal to refuse work or to move to a different area seeking better wages. The statute is explicit in its purpose to prevent workers from taking advantage of the labour shortage. From the nobility's perspective, this makes perfect sense. The economic order has always been that lords owned land and workers worked it for fixed wages. The plague shouldn't change that fundamental arrangement, even if it has changed the numbers. From the workers' perspective, of course, the statute is outrageous. They're being told they can't seek better wages even though their labour is obviously more valuable, even though lords are desperately competing for workers. It's an attempt by the powerful to use law to override market economics. And so, naturally, both workers and employers ignore the statute whenever possible. Workers demand higher wages. Employers, desperate for labour, pay them. And then, both parties pretend publicly that they're following the law, while privately they're doing whatever the labour market requires. This creates a strange situation. Everyone knows the statute is being violated constantly. Workers openly discuss demanding higher wages. Employers openly compete for labour. But officially, this isn't happening. Officially, wages remain at pre-plague levels and workers are accepting employment as the law requires. Taverns become spaces where this contradiction plays out. In the Tabard, workers organise and plan wage demands that are technically illegal. Employers come seeking workers and negotiate wages that are technically illegal. Tom facilitates both sides, providing space for meetings, passing messages, even sometimes mediating negotiations. Watch this interaction. A man enters the tavern well-dressed, clearly a steward or manager for some lord's estate. He scans the room, spots the group of labourers we've been watching, and approaches their table. "I'm here on behalf of Lord Edmund," he says. "He's looking for workers for the harvest." The usual arrangements. The labourers exchange glances. The broad-shouldered man who seems to be their spokesman responds, "We've discussed this. 6 pence a day, and meals provided." The steward's face tightens. "The law specifies 3 pence. The law," the spokesman says, "doesn't harvest wheat, we do." 6 pence. The steward stands there for a moment, clearly calculating. He needs these workers. The harvest won't wait. Other lords are also seeking labour. If he refuses, these men will find employment elsewhere, and Lord Edmund's grain will rot in the fields. "I'll need to consult with Lord Edmund." The steward finally says, "You do that?" The spokesman responds, "We'll be here tomorrow evening. If Lord Edmund agrees to our terms, we'll start on Monday. If not, we have other offers." The steward leaves. The labourers return to their conversation, relaxed, confident. They know they'll get their 6 pence. The steward knows it too. The only question is how long Lord Edmund will take to accept reality. This scene, repeated thousands of times across England and Europe in the years after the plague, represents a fundamental shift in power relations. For centuries, the relationship between lord and labourer was defined by the lord's control. Lords owned land, and workers needed access to land to survive. This gave lords enormous leverage. They could set terms, and workers had to accept them or starve. But the plague broke this arrangement. With so many workers dead, land was abundant relative to labour. Workers could find opportunities easily. They could move between employers. They could demand better terms. And if refused, they had alternatives. The nobility recognized this as a threat to the entire social order. Medieval society was explicitly hierarchical. Everyone had a place. Nobles ruled, clergy prayed, and commoners worked. This wasn't just political or economic, it was theological. The social order was understood as divinely ordained. Peasants were supposed to accept their lot, work hard, and obey their betters. In return, nobles were supposed to provide protection and maintain order. The post-plague labour organising challenged this entire framework. Workers were no longer accepting their lot. They were demanding higher wages, better conditions, freedom to move. They were acting, from the nobility's perspective, above their station. If this continued, if workers gained real power, what would happen to the social order? What would prevent complete chaos? These aren't just abstract concerns. In the Tabard, in taverns across Europe, the conversations among organising workers go beyond just wages. They talk about fairness, about rights, about the injustice of lords living in luxury while workers starve. Some of the bolder ones even question whether the nobility deserves its position. If a lord can't manage his estate without workers, who really has the power? If workers can demand terms and lords have to comply, what does that say about the supposed natural order? This ideological ferment is dangerous. Tom knows it. He's seen royal officials visiting other taverns, asking questions about labour organising. He's heard of tavern keepers being fined or even arrested for hosting seditious assemblies. The authorities are watching, but Tom also knows that stopping these meetings would cost him business. The organising workers are among his best customers now. They have money, more money than labourers have had in generations, and they spend it on ale. If he refuses them, they'll go to another tavern. So he permits the meetings carefully, making sure they don't become too loud or obvious, maintaining enough deniability that he can claim ignorance if questioned. There's another layer to this. Not just agricultural labourers, but craftsmen and artisans are also organising. Carpenters, masons, blacksmiths, weavers, all the skilled workers who survived the plague. They're forming associations, setting standards, regulating who can practice their trades. These are the early forms of what will become more powerful guilds. But in the 1350s, they're still fluid, still forming, and they're meeting in taverns. Consider the masons. Before the plague, masonry was a respected trade, but not especially lucrative. After the plague, with so many buildings needing repair and so many masons dead, the remaining masons are in high demand. They can charge rates that would have been unthinkable before. They're beginning to organise, formally creating standards for apprenticeship, rules about who can call themselves a mason, agreements about minimum prices for work. In the Tabard one evening, a group of masons meets. They're discussing a project, a new church being built in central London. The patron, a wealthy merchant, wants it done quickly and cheaply. The masons are coordinating their response. None of us takes the job for less than 8 pence a day. One mason says, and we don't work Sundays or holy days. Those are the terms. Hell, try to negotiate. Another points out, let him. The first responds, There are only a dozen master masons in London now. Before the plague there were 40. He needs us more than we need him. This is extraordinary. Craftsmen setting their own terms, refusing to compete with each other on price, presenting a united front to patrons. It's collective bargaining, primitive but effective. The economic impact of this post-plague labour organising is significant. Wages rise dramatically. A labourer who earned 3 or 4 pence a day before the plague might earn 6 to 8 pence after. Skilled craftsmen see their incomes double or triple. This money flows through the economy. Workers who were living at subsistence level before now have disposable income. They buy better food, better clothes, they spend on entertainment and drink. Taverns benefit enormously from this. The Tabard is busier and more profitable in 1352 than it was in 1347, despite having fewer customers, because the customers who come have more money to spend. But there's a darker side. The nobility, facing higher labour costs and seeing their authority challenged, become more repressive. The Statute of Labourers isn't the only response. There are also increased enforcement. Courts convened specifically to hear cases of workers violating wage caps or refusing employment. Workers are fined, imprisoned, even whipped for demanding higher wages. This creates an escalating conflict. Workers organise more overtly. Authorities crack down harder. The organising moves from taverns to more secret locations. Some workers begin to arm themselves, forming bands that can resist attempts to force them to work at old wages. The authorities respond with more violence. By the late 1350s and into the 1360s, the situation is tense throughout England. Workers have more power than they've ever had, but they're also facing systematic legal and physical repression. The nobility is determined to restore the old order. Workers are determined to keep their gains. Taverns like the Tabard are caught in the middle. They're necessary spaces for worker organising, but that makes them targets for authorities. Tom has to balance competing pressures, keep his working class customers happy, and keep himself out of legal trouble. One strategy he adopts is information control. When workers meet to discuss labour issues, Tom makes sure those conversations happen in specific areas of the tavern, away from windows, where it's less likely that anyone outside will overhear. He also starts keeping more careful track of who's in his tavern when, so if authorities ask about seditious assemblies, he can honestly say he wasn't aware of the specific content of conversations. There's also the matter of enforcement agents. Sometimes men visit taverns explicitly to spy on workers organising. They dress as common labourers, try to blend in, listen to conversations, and report back to local authorities. Tom learns to spot these informants, or at least he thinks he does. A too careful way of speaking, too many questions, uncomfortable in working class spaces. When he suspects someone is an informant, he makes sure the workers' conversations become more guarded. This surveillance and counter-surveillance turns taverns into increasingly complex social spaces. People aren't just drinking and socializing, they're constantly assessing who can be trusted, what can be said openly, what needs to be concealed. The old simple tavern world of oll and gossip becomes layered with political intrigue. Look at the Tabard now on an evening in 1355. The tavern is moderately full. Workers sit at several tables, some clearly engaged in organising discussions, others just relaxing after work. There are also a few men who might be informants. Tom isn't sure. He moves between tables, serving ale, listening carefully, trying to gauge the mood. At one table, labourers are discussing the upcoming harvest and their wage demands. At another, masons are coordinating on a building project. At a third, servants from noble households are sharing information about which lords are hiring and at what rates. All of this is technically legal, barely, but it has an edge of defiance. Near the fire, there's a different sort of gathering. These aren't workers organising for better wages. These are people who've been radicalised further. They're discussing not just economics, but politics and theology. One man argues that the plague was God's judgment on the nobility for their exploitation of the poor. Another suggests that the church is corrupt, that priests and bishops live in luxury while preaching humility to commoners. A third, the boldest, suggests that maybe the whole social order is unjust, that workers create all the wealth and should control it. These conversations are more dangerous. This isn't collective bargaining, this is heresy and sedition. Tom watches nervously. If authorities learned that such discussions were happening in his tavern, he could face serious consequences. But what can he do? Throw them out. That would antagonize other customers. Report them. That would destroy his reputation among workers. So he watches, worries, and hopes no one official is listening. The post-plague labour organising, with its meetings in taverns and its challenge to social order, sets the stage for something larger. The conversations happening in the Tabard in the 1350s and 1360s about wages and fairness and power will eventually contribute to open revolt. The Peasants Revolt of 1381, still decades away from our current moment, has its roots in these post-plague organising efforts. The labourers demanding 6 pence a day don't know they're part of a historical process that will lead to armed uprising. The craftsmen setting their terms don't know they're contributing to fundamental changes in medieval social structure. Tom, serving ale and watching carefully, doesn't know that his tavern is a node in a network of resistance that will eventually challenge royal authority itself. But in 1355, standing in the Tabard, surrounded by working people who have discovered their power, you can feel something building. The old world died with the plague. A new world is being born, and that birth process is happening, in part, in taverns, in the conversations over ale, in the organising meetings, in the slow, steady realisation among common people that they don't have to accept the terms the powerful set, that they have leverage, that they can demand better, that the social order isn't fixed by God or nature, but is made by humans and can be unmade and remade by humans. This is the legacy of the Aftermath Assembly. Not just higher wages, though that's important, but the idea, revolutionary in medieval context, that workers have rights, that they can organise collectively, that their labour gives them power, and that they can use that power to reshape society. An idea that the nobility will spend decades trying to suppress, and that will keep resurfacing in taverns and workshops and fields, wherever working people gather and realise their strength. The blood on the floorboards. It's a winter evening in 1358. Snow is falling outside, muffling the sounds of the city. Inside the Tabard, the fire burns high, pushing back the cold. The tavern is moderately crowded, customers huddled close to the warmth, drinking ale, talking quietly. It seems peaceful. Ordinary. Safe. Then the door crashes open. 3 men burst in, and the atmosphere changes instantly. You can feel it, the sudden tension, the way conversations stop mid-sentence, the way hands move toward knives hidden under cloaks. These 3 men aren't here for all. They scan the room quickly, and their eyes lock onto a man sitting near the back wall. He's been drinking alone, keeping to himself. Now he sees them, and his face goes pale. He stands, knocking over his bench. For a moment, everyone is frozen. Then he runs. He doesn't get far. The tavern is crowded, the path to the door blocked. One of the 3 men draws a knife and moves incredibly fast, crossing the room in seconds. The man near the back wall tries to dodge, to push through customers, but the blade finds him anyway. Once, twice, 3 times. Quick, efficient, brutal. The man falls. Blood spreads across the floorboards. The killer and his companions are already moving back toward the door. Within seconds, they're gone, disappeared into the snowy London night. Tom stands behind his counter, his face carefully neutral. The other customers sit frozen, shocked. Then slowly, mechanically, Tom comes around the counter. He looks down at the body. Dead, certainly. The blood is still spreading, pooling around the fallen man, seeping between the floorboards. Someone help me move him, Tom says quietly. A few customers rise reluctantly. Together they lift the body and carry it to the back room. Tom will deal with the authorities later. For now, he needs to clean the blood off his floor before it stains too badly. He needs his tavern to return to normal as quickly as possible, because this isn't the first time someone has died violently in the Tabard, and it won't be the last. This is our 7th dark secret, violence, murder, and political assassination in tavern spaces. Yes, we've discussed crime already, the gambling and fencing and smuggling. But this is different. This is blood. This is death. And it's a constant presence in medieval tavern life. Medieval England is a violent society. People carry knives routinely, not just as tools but as weapons. Disputes that might be settled with legal action or verbal arguments in later periods are often settled with violence. And taverns, as gathering places where all lowers inhibitions and old grudges resurface, are where much of this violence occurs. The statistics are striking. In medieval London, the homicide rate is estimated at about 20 to 40 per 100,000 people per year. That's roughly 10 to 20 times higher than modern London's rate. And a significant percentage of those homicides happen in or near taverns, fights that start over insults or gambling debts, robberies that turn deadly, assassinations carried out in public spaces. The man who just died in the Tabard, who was he? Tom knows, or at least he has some idea. The man was a merchant, relatively prosperous, involved in the wool trade, but he'd gotten on the wrong side of someone powerful. Maybe he failed to pay a debt. Maybe he informed on criminal activities. Maybe he was simply competition that needed eliminating. The 3 men who killed him were professionals, hired killers, the sort who can be found in any large medieval city if you know where to look and have money to pay. And where do you find such men? Often in taverns. The same criminal networks we discussed earlier, the organized crime that operates through tavern connections, that includes contract killers. Tom knows several men who take such work. They drink in his establishment. They're polite, mostly. They pay for their ale, and sometimes they kill people. There's a practical logic to using taverns for assassinations. First, They're public spaces where the target's presence can be predicted. If you know someone drinks regularly at a particular tavern, you know where to find them. Second, they're crowded and chaotic, which makes escape easier. A killer can blend into the crowd, slip out a door, disappear. Third, taverns operate in a legal grey area where authorities have limited reach. Witnesses are unlikely to cooperate. The tavern keeper has incentives to minimize the incident, and the overall lawlessness of tavern life means violence is somewhat normalized. Consider the practicalities of what just happened. 3 men entered, killed someone, and left. The whole event took perhaps 30 seconds. Tom has a dead body in his back room and blood on his floor. What does he do? The legal answer is that he should report the death to local authorities immediately. A coroner would be called. An inquest would be held. Witnesses would be questioned. The killers would be sought, though likely never found, and Tom's tavern would be associated with a murder which might hurt business, might attract unwanted attention from authorities, might create complications. The practical answer is more complicated. Tom will report the death, because not reporting it would be too risky if someone else talks. But he'll report it vaguely. 3 unknown men. Happened very quickly. Didn't get a good look at them. Other witnesses will say similar things, either because they genuinely didn't see much in the chaos or because they're smart enough not to get involved in what's clearly a professional hit. The coroner will come, will record the death, will make some perfunctory inquiries. Unless the victim was someone particularly important, the investigation will go nowhere. The body will be buried. Life will continue. And the Tabard will remain open, serving ale, hosting criminals, witnessing occasional violence. This pattern repeats constantly throughout medieval London and other cities. Taverns aren't just scenes of random violence, they're integrated into systems of organized violence. They're where contracts are negotiated, where killers wait for targets, where bodies are temporarily stored before disposal, where payment is made after jobs are completed. Look more closely at the economics of contract killing. In medieval London, you can hire someone killed for surprisingly little money. A skilled assassin might charge £1 or £2 for a straightforward job, more if the target is well protected or if the killing needs to look like an accident. That's expensive for a common labourer, but affordable for a merchant or noble who wants someone eliminated. And there's demand for such services, rival merchants eliminating competition, lords dealing with troublesome vassals, criminals silencing informants, even, occasionally, political assassinations of minor officials. The state has a monopoly on legal violence, but there's a thriving underground market in illegal violence. Tom doesn't organize these killings himself, but he facilitates them by providing space where arrangements can be made. A killer and a client meet in the Tabard, sitting at a quiet table, discussing terms in low voices. Tom serves the meal and asks no questions. Later, someone dies. Tom's tavern played a small but crucial role in that death, though he could plausibly deny any knowledge of the specifics. There's also spontaneous violence, not organized, but emerging from the normal dynamics of tavern life. Consider a typical scenario. 2 men are gambling. One accuses the other of cheating. Insults are exchanged. The atmosphere escalates. Hands move to knives. Someone strikes first. In a modern context, bystanders might intervene, might call for help, might try to de-escalate. In a medieval tavern, intervention is risky. If you get between two men with knives, you might get stabbed yourself. So people pull back, give space, watch. Sometimes the fight ends quickly with minor injuries. Sometimes it ends with someone on the floor, bleeding out, dying. Tom has developed strategies for managing tavern violence. He doesn't allow certain known troublemakers into his establishment. He watches for signs of escalating conflict and sometimes intervenes early, before weapons are drawn, offering free drinks or asking one party to leave. He keeps his own weapons accessible behind the counter, a club and a knife, in case he needs to defend himself or impose order. But he can't prevent all violence. And frankly, he doesn't want to. A certain amount of violence is accepted in tavern culture. It demonstrates that the Tabard is a real working class space, not some genteel establishment where customers are overly controlled. And occasional violence can actually be good for business, giving people stories to tell, creating a sense of excitement and danger that attracts certain customers. There's a grimmer economic aspect too. When someone dies in a tavern owing money, the tavern keeper might claim their possessions in payment. That cloak the dead man was wearing. Tom might sell it. The knife he carried, valuable enough to keep or fence. The few coins in his purse. Those can offset the costs of dealing with the body and cleaning the blood. Let's talk about the blood on the floorboards specifically. It's not metaphorical. There's literal blood staining the wooden floors of the Tabard and every other medieval tavern. Some of it is from small cuts, cooking accidents, everyday injuries, but some of it is from violence, from fights, from murders. Tom cleans it as best he can. Water and rags scrubbing hard. But blood stains wood deeply. Over years, the floorboards in high-traffic areas have taken on a darkened colour, layers upon layers of stains. Customers walk across these boards, sit at tables next to them, mostly not thinking about what the darkness represents. But occasionally someone new will notice and will ask, and Tom will shrug and say something vague about spills and age. The psychological impact of routine violence is worth considering. Modern people, at least in relatively peaceful societies, can go their entire lives without witnessing serious violence. Medieval tavern regulars might see someone stabbed or beaten unconscious multiple times a year. This creates a different relationship with violence. It's normalized, expected, almost mundane. That doesn't mean people aren't affected by it. The shock you might feel watching someone killed in front of you, medieval people felt that too, but they processed it differently. Violence was a fact of life, like disease or hunger. You couldn't eliminate it, so you learned to coexist with it, to navigate spaces where violence was always a possibility. Consider also the role of weapons. In medieval England, men routinely carry knives. These are multi-purpose tools used for eating, for work, for self-defense, but they're also weapons, easily accessible, deadly in close quarters. A dispute can escalate from words to drawn blades in seconds. Larger weapons, swords and axes, are less common in taverns. They're associated with nobility and military service. A commoner walking into a tavern with a sword would attract attention, would be seen as threatening. But knives, completely normal, and knives are perfectly capable of killing, especially in the hands of someone who knows how to use them. There's also the matter of authority and enforcement. Medieval law. Enforcement is limited. There are sheriffs and constables, but they're few in number, and have limited resources. They respond to major crimes, but everyday violence often goes unpunished. If you're stabbed in a tavern and you die, there might be an inquest, but the killer will probably never be caught unless they're turned in by their own community. This creates a system where informal justice and revenge are common. If someone kills your brother in a tavern, you might not wait for official justice. You might take your own revenge, tracking down the killer and stabbing them in turn. This creates cycles of violence, feuds between families or groups that can last for generations. Taverns, as neutral ground of sorts, are where these feuds sometimes play out. The man killed earlier, the one who burst in and was stabbed to death, he might have been part of such a feud. His death might trigger retaliation. The three men who killed him might themselves be hunted. And if they're tracked to a tavern, there might be another killing, another body, another round of blood on the floorboards. Tom navigates this carefully. He doesn't take sides in feuds. He serves everyone, asks no questions, maintains neutrality. But he also keeps track of who's feuding with whom, so he can anticipate trouble. If members of two feuding groups end up in his tavern simultaneously, he might quietly suggest that one group leave, perhaps offering a free round another night. Prevention is better than cleaning up blood. Now consider political violence. Most tavern violence is personal or criminal, but some of it is political. The post-plague labour organising we discussed creates political tensions. Sometimes those tensions turn violent. A labour organiser might be killed by agents of a lord who wants to crush worker organising. A known informant might be killed by workers who don't want their activities reported. Tax collectors and other minor officials sometimes enter taverns and end up stabbed in. Robberies that look a lot like political assassinations. In 1358, with the tensions between workers and nobility escalating, the Tabard sees more of this political violence. Not frequent, but regular enough that Tom recognizes the pattern. Someone comes in asking about a particular person. A few days later, that person is attacked. The connections are never stated openly, but they're obvious to anyone paying attention. The broader 100 Years' War context also contributes to tavern violence. Soldiers and veterans frequent taverns. They're trained in violence, comfortable with it. Disputes among soldiers can escalate quickly, and soldiers, on leave or newly discharged, often continue the conflicts of the battlefield in tavern spaces, fighting over old grudges or simply because fighting is what they know. Tom has served many soldiers over the years. Some are disciplined, peaceful when off duty. Others are dangerous, quick to anger, violent when drunk. He's learned to identify the dangerous ones, to monitor them carefully, to intervene before they hurt someone, or to let situations play out when intervention would be too risky. There's an incident in 1306, 2 years after the killing we witnessed earlier. A group of soldiers, recently returned from France, are drinking heavily in the Tabard. They're loud, aggressive, making other customers uncomfortable. Tom watches but doesn't intervene yet. Then one of the soldiers starts harassing a serving girl, grabbing at her, making crude suggestions. The girl tries to pull away. The soldier grabs her arm harder. Another customer, a labourer who knows the girl, stands up and tells the soldier to leave her alone. The soldier laughs and shoves him. The labourer shoves back. And then it's chaos. The soldiers are trained fighters. The labourers in the tavern outnumber them, but aren't as skilled. The fight is brutal and one-sided. Within minutes, 2 labourers are on the floor, bleeding seriously. One will die of his wounds the next day. The soldiers, relatively unharmed, swagger out, laughing. Tom does nothing during this fight. He stays behind his counter, watching. He can't stop 5 drunken soldiers without risking his own life. Afterward, he helps the wounded, sends for a physician, cleans the blood. He reports the incident to authorities, but nothing comes of it. Soldiers, especially during wartime, have significant leeway. They're more likely to be punished by their military commanders than by civilian authorities, and commanders often don't care about dead labourers. This incident is remembered in Southwark for years. The Tabard's reputation suffers temporarily, some customers avoiding it. But eventually, business returns to normal. Because where else will people go? Violence happens in all taverns. The Tabard isn't unique. It's just part of the landscape. By the 1360s, Tom has been running his tavern for over 20 years. He's seen dozens of people die violently in or near his establishment. Stabbings, beatings, poisonings. At some point he stopped counting. It's just part of the business, like sourcing ingredients for all or maintaining the building. Does it affect him? Probably. But he doesn't show it. He maintains his neutral, professional demeanour. Serves all. Manages his establishment. Cleans blood off floorboards. Answers coroner's questions with carefully vague responses. Continues operating in the grey spaces between legal and illegal, between order and chaos, between life and death. The blood on the floorboards isn't just literal, it's metaphorical. It represents the violence embedded in medieval social structures. The acceptance of killing as a solution to problems. The weakness of legal authority. The normalization of brutality. Taverns don't create this violence, but they host it, facilitate it, profit from it. They're stages where the violence of medieval life is performed, witnessed, and then cleaned up, ready for the next performance. And standing in the Tabard on that snowy evening in 1358, watching Tom scrub blood off wood, you understand something fundamental about medieval life. It was violent. Routinely, casually, terribly violent. And people learned to live with that violence, to navigate it, to survive it. The tavern, warm and crowded and superficially welcoming, was also a place where death was always close, where blood could be spilled at any moment, where the line between life and death was thin and easily crossed. This is the secret historians sometimes sanitize when they write about daily life in medieval times. They talk about trade and craft and family, but they don't always emphasize the violence. The constant physical danger. The way a night drinking ale could end with a knife in your ribs. The way tavern floors were stained dark with decades of blood. The way death was so routine that it became almost boring. Just another thing to clean up before opening the next evening. The Heretic's Tavern. It's a quiet Sunday evening in 1370. Most of London is either at home or at evening prayers. The Tabard is nearly empty, just a handful of customers, which is unusual. Tom doesn't mind the slow night occasionally. It gives him time to think, to rest, to tend to maintenance tasks. Then a group arrives. 6 men and 2 women, dressed simply, unremarkably. They enter quietly, take a table in the back corner, away from the few other customers. Tom brings them oil and returns to his counter. He watches them, though he tries not to be obvious about it. They're talking, but their voices are low. You can't hear the words from across the tavern. But there's something about their intensity. The way they lean close to each other, the way one of the men pulls out a small book and the others crowd around to look at it. That catches attention. Tom recognizes this pattern. He's seen it before. These aren't criminals planning a robbery. They're not labourers organising for better wages. This is something different. Something more dangerous. These are religious dissenters, what will later be called Lollards, followers of the teachings of John Wycliffe, though that name isn't widely used yet in 1370. This is our eighth dark secret, heresy and religious rebellion in tavern spaces. In medieval England, the Catholic Church isn't just a religious institution, it's a fundamental pillar of social and political order. Everyone is expected to be Catholic. The Church owns enormous amounts of land. Clergy are exempt from many laws. The Pope in Rome has authority that sometimes rivals the king's. And questioning church doctrine isn't just theologically wrong, it's politically dangerous, it's heresy, it's treason, but people question anyway, and they need places to meet, to discuss their doubts and heresies, to share forbidden texts. Churches are obviously unsafe for such discussions. Private homes can work, but they're risky if authorities come asking questions. Taverns, with their semi-public nature and their existing tolerance for subversive conversations, become natural gathering places for religious dissent. John Wycliffe is an Oxford theologian. In the 1370s and 1380s, he develops and teaches ideas that challenge church authority. He argues that the Bible, not the Pope, should be the ultimate authority for Christians. He questions transubstantiation, the doctrine that bread and wine literally become Christ's body and blood during Mass. He criticizes church wealth and argues that clergy should live in poverty like the apostles. He even begins translating the Bible into English so common people can read it themselves instead of relying on Latin-speaking priests. These ideas are revolutionary. They threaten the entire structure of church authority. If people can read the Bible themselves and interpret it, without priestly intermediaries, what authority do priests have? If the church shouldn't be wealthy, what happens to its vast land holdings and political power? If the Pope isn't the ultimate authority, what binds Christendom together? Wycliffe himself is protected by powerful patrons, including John of Gaunt, one of the most influential nobles in England. But his followers, common people who embrace his ideas, have no such protection. They meet secretly in homes and workshops and taverns to discuss these dangerous ideas. Look at the group in the Tabard. The book one man is showing the others is likely a portion of the Bible in English, either Wycliffe's translation or something similar. Simply possessing such a text is dangerous. Reading it without clerical supervision is worse. Discussing its interpretation as though you have the authority to understand God's word directly. That's heresy. One of the women is speaking now, more loudly than the others, passionate. You can catch fragments. The priests grow fat while we starve. Christ taught poverty, humility, but look at bishops with their gold. She's criticizing church wealth, echoing Wycliffe's arguments. Another man older, more cautious, gestures for her to lower her voice. She does, but reluctantly. The passion is still there, visible in her expression. She believes these things deeply. She's willing to risk danger to speak them. Tom watches from behind his counter. This is dangerous for him too. If authorities learned he was hosting heretical meetings, he could face serious consequences. But these customers are paying for all. They're not bothering anyone. And Tom, in his pragmatic way, doesn't much care what people believe as long as they're not causing trouble in his establishment. There's also a practical consideration. The religious dissenters who meet in taverns are often educated, articulate, passionate. They're interesting customers, the sort who engage in real conversation, who think deeply about things. They're a contrast to the drunken labourers and violent criminals who also frequent the Tabard. Tom, who's spent decades serving Al and managing chaos, appreciates having customers who discuss ideas instead of just gambling and fighting. But he also knows the danger. The church has methods for dealing with heresy. In earlier centuries, there were crusades and inquisitions. In England in the 1370s, the methods are slightly more restrained, but they're still effective. Heretics can be tried in church courts. They can be excommunicated, cut off from the sacraments and from Christian community. In extreme cases, they can be handed over to secular authorities for execution. The Lollard movement, as it will come to be called, grows through the 1370s and 1380s. It attracts primarily common people, labourers and craftsmen who resent church wealth and clerical privilege. But it also attracts some educated people, including some clergy who become convinced that the church has strayed from Christ's teachings. These Lollards meet in taverns throughout England. They share manuscripts. They discuss theology. They criticize the church. And gradually, they begin to organize, forming networks of believers who support each other, who hide each other from authorities, who spread the movement. In the Tabard, Tom sees various groups over the years. Some are cautious, meeting only occasionally, speaking in code. Others are bolder, openly criticizing church corruption, arguing that common people have the right to understand Scripture directly. The bolder ones tend not to last long. Tom will see them a few times, then they'll stop coming. He doesn't always know what happened to them. Arrested, probably. Tried for heresy. Forced to recant or face severe punishment. There's a woman Tom remembers, Margaret, who started coming to the tavern in 1375. She was extraordinary, literate despite being a common weaver, passionate about Scripture, convinced that the church was fundamentally corrupt. She would gather people around her, reading from English Bible portions, explaining passages, arguing that priests were unnecessary intermediaries between people and God. Margaret came to the Tabard every week for about 6 months. Then she stopped. Tom heard later that she'd been arrested, tried for heresy, forced to publicly recant her beliefs. She had to stand in her parish church and declare that she'd been wrong, that the church was right, that she submitted to clerical authority. The humiliation was intended to break her, to discourage others from following her example. Did it work? Tom doesn't know. He never saw Margaret again, but her friends kept coming, kept meeting, kept discussing the same dangerous ideas. The movement didn't end with one woman's forced recantation. The religious dissent connects to other forms of resistance we've discussed. The labour organising, the resentment of noble privilege, the sense that the social order is unjust, all of that feeds into religious dissent. If lords and clergy claim their positions are ordained by God, but then they abuse those positions, exploit common people, live in luxury while preaching humility, doesn't that suggest their claims are false? Doesn't that suggest that maybe the entire social order is built on lies? These are the conversations happening in the Tabard and similar taverns in the 1370s. They're not just about theology. They're about power, about legitimacy, about who has the right to rule and why. The religious questions and the political questions are inseparable. There's also an educational aspect. Many Lollards are autodidacts, self-taught people who've learned to read specifically so they can engage with scripture. They gather in taverns partly to read together, to help each other understand difficult texts, to share knowledge. In a society where most people are illiterate and education is controlled by the church, this grassroots learning is revolutionary. Tom sometimes watches these reading circles with a mixture of admiration and unease. Admiration because there's something impressive about people dedicating themselves to learning, to understanding complex texts, to thinking deeply about meaning and truth. Unease because he knows how dangerous this is. The church doesn't want common people reading the Bible themselves. It wants interpretive authority to remain with clergy. These reading circles are direct challenges to that authority. Watch this scene from 1378. A group is gathered at their usual table. They have a manuscript, a portion of the Gospel of Matthew in English. One man, a carpenter who learned to read as an adult, is slowly working through the text. Blessed are the poor in spirit. He stumbles over words, and others help him. For theirs is the kingdom of heaven. You see, a woman says, Christ blessed the poor, not the rich, not the bishops in their palaces, the poor. But the priests say poverty is a trial we must endure. Another man responds, that our reward will be in heaven. Yes, the woman says, they say that to keep us obedient. But look at the priests themselves. Are they poor? Do they endure trials? They eat the best food, wear fine robes, live comfortably. They preach poverty to us while living in wealth. That's hypocrisy. This conversation is dangerous on multiple levels. It's not just questioning church doctrine, it's suggesting that clergy are hypocrites, that they use religion to maintain social control, that the poor should question rather than submit. These are ideas that, if widely adopted, could overthrow the entire social order, and they're being discussed openly or relatively openly in a tavern. Tom serves more ale and says nothing. He's neutral. He's always neutral. But he's listening. Everyone in the tavern is listening, even the people pretending not to. These ideas are compelling. They resonate with people's experiences. The resentment of church wealth, the sense that authorities are hypercritical, these aren't abstract theological points. They're based on observable reality. The church, of course, responds. In the 1380s, and increasingly in the early 1400s, there will be systematic campaigns against lollardy. Laws will be passed making heresy punishable by burning at death. Authorities will raid taverns and homes looking for English Bibles and other heretical texts. Lollards will be forced underground, meeting in secret, developing elaborate codes and security measures. But in 1378, the repression hasn't reached its peak yet. There's still a window where people can discuss these ideas relatively openly, at least in spaces like the Tabard, where the tavern keeper is willing to look the other way. There's also a gender dimension to lollardy worth noting. The movement attracts significant numbers of women, in part This is because Lollard theology suggests that all believers, regardless of gender, can have direct relationships with God through Scripture. This is more egalitarian than Orthodox Catholic teaching, which emphasizes male priestly authority. Women like Margaret, the weaver who was forced to recant, find in Lollardy a religious framework that values their spiritual experiences and their interpretations of Scripture. They gather in taverns, they read and discuss texts, they teach and argue. For some women, this is the most intellectually and spiritually free they'll ever be. Tom watches these women with interest. Medieval society restricts women significantly. They're legally subordinate to fathers or husbands. They're excluded from most forms of formal education. Their public speech is constrained, but in these heretical meetings in taverns, women speak boldly, argue theology, challenge men's interpretations. It's remarkable. Of course, it's also temporary. The women who participate in Lollard meetings are taking significant risks. If caught, they face the same punishments as men, possibly worse. There are cases of women heretics being burned at the stake. The freedom Lollardy offers is real but precarious. Consider also the international dimension. Wycliffe's ideas don't stay in England. They spread to Europe, particularly to Bohemia, where they influenced Jan Hus, who develops similar critiques of church authority. Hus will eventually be burned at the stake in 1415. But his ideas will inspire the Hussite movement, a proto-Protestant rebellion that will shake Europe. The connections between English Lollards and continental reformers happen partly through taverns. Merchants and travellers carry manuscripts. They attend meetings in one city and report ideas to groups in another city. Taverns, as nodes in trade and travel networks, become nodes in networks of religious dissent. In the Tabard, Tom occasionally sees foreign visitors join local Lollard meetings. A Flemish merchant who shares Wycliffite sympathies. A French student who's read similar critiques of church corruption. These international connections make the movement more sophisticated, exposing English dissenters to broader currents of reform thought. By the early 1380s, the Lollard meetings in the Tabard have become more organised. There's a core group of regular attendees. They've developed some security protocols, being careful about who they allow to join meetings, watching for informants. They've hidden manuscripts in Tom's tavern, tucked away in back rooms, available for reading, but not openly displayed. Tom has become, whether he intended to or not, a facilitator of heresy. His tavern isn't just a place where Lollards meet, it's infrastructure for the movement. And he's accepting this role, at least passively, because these customers pay well, because he finds their conversations interesting, and because he's spent decades navigating grey areas between legal and illegal. What's one more form of subversion? There's a particular evening in 1381 that Tom will remember for years. The Lollard group is meeting, discussing scripture as usual, but the conversation shifts. They're talking about the upcoming poll tax, a new tax that's deeply unpopular because it taxes everyone equally regardless of income, which means it's proportionally much harsher on the poor. They're talking about resistance, about organising, about whether it's justified to oppose unjust laws. One man, younger and more radical than most, suggests that maybe violent resistance is justified. If the king and nobles are oppressing people, if the church is corrupt and hypercritical, If the entire social order is unjust, maybe it needs to be overthrown. Maybe people have not just the right, but the duty to rebel. The others are shocked. This isn't theology anymore. This is sedition. This is talking about actual rebellion. The older members try to moderate, to bring the conversation back to scripture, to spiritual matters. But the young man persists. Christ overturned the tables of money changers in the temple, he says. Sometimes righteous anger requires action. Tom watches this conversation with growing concern. Religious dissent is dangerous enough. Talking about actual rebellion, that could get everyone in the tavern arrested or killed. If authorities learned about this conversation, the Tabard could be shut down, Tom could be charged with treason. But he doesn't intervene, partly because he's curious to hear where this goes, partly because intervening would reveal that he was listening, would damage his carefully maintained neutrality. So he watches and waits and hopes this doesn't spiral into something catastrophic. The meeting breaks up eventually, the conversation unresolved. The radical young man leaves with some of the others. Tom cleans up, serving his remaining customers, trying to act normal. But he's worried. Something is building. The labor organizing, the religious dissent, the resentment of taxation and noble privilege, all of it is converging. And that convergence might explode. He doesn't know it yet, but he's witnessing the ideological preparation for the Peasants Revolt, which will erupt just months later in 1381. The ideas being discussed in his tavern, in Lollard meetings across England, are contributing to the largest popular uprising in English medieval history. The Heretic's Haven isn't just about religious belief. It's about spaces where dangerous ideas can be discussed, where alternatives to the existing order can be imagined, where people can find solidarity with others who question authority. Taverns, by providing these spaces, become crucibles of social change. They're where orthodoxy is challenged, where heterodoxy flourishes, where the seeds of revolution are planted. Standing in the Tabard on that evening in 1381, listening to Lollards discuss whether rebellion is justified, you're standing at a crossroads. One path leads to continued obedience, to accepting the social order however unjust, to spiritual submission and political quietism. The other path leads to resistance, to revolt, to the possibility of radical change. The people in this tavern are choosing paths, and their choices will shape England's future. The rising tide. It's May 1381. Spring has arrived, but there's no sense of renewal in the Tabard. Instead, there's tension, thick and oppressive. Tom can feel it. His customers can feel it. Something is coming, something inevitable and terrible. The immediate cause is the poll tax, the third in 4 years. King Richard II and his advisors need money for the ongoing wars with France and Scotland. So they've imposed a tax on every person over the age of 15, regardless of wealth or income. 1 shilling per person. For a wealthy merchant, 1 shilling is trivial. For a poor labourer supporting a family, 1 shilling per person is catastrophic. It's more than a week's wages for many workers. The tax collectors are everywhere, going door to door, demanding payment, recording names and numbers. They're aggressive, suspicious, often corrupt. There are stories spreading through London of tax collectors assessing households unfairly, demanding bribes, abusing their authority. The resentment is universal and intense. In the Tabard, The conversations have shifted from abstract discussions of justice and theology to concrete planning. This is no longer about whether resistance is justified. It's about how and when to resist. Watch the Tavern on an evening in late May. It's more crowded than usual. Groups of men and some women, many of them farmers and labourers from Kent and Essex, the areas surrounding London. They've come to the city not for leisure, but for organising. They sit in tight clusters, voices low, intense. Tom moves between tables, serving oil, listening carefully to fragments of conversation. At one table, they say Wat Tyler is gathering men in Maidstone. Thousands already. At another, we march on London. The king will hear us. At a third, burn the tax records. Destroy the documents. They can't collect if there are no records. This is our 9th dark secret, though it's the culmination of secrets we've already explored, thus in revolution planning and open rebellion. Assas, the Peasants Revolt of 1381, is about to begin, and taverns throughout southeastern England are serving as command centres for what will become the largest popular uprising in English history. The leaders of the revolt are men whose names will become famous, at least briefly. Wat Tyler, a former soldier, emerges as the primary military leader. John Ball, a radical priest influenced by Lollard ideas, provides ideological justification with his famous sermon, When Adam Delved and Eve Span, Who Was Then the Gentleman. The message is clear: social hierarchy isn't natural or divinely ordained. All people were originally equal. The current system of lords and peasants is artificial and unjust. These leaders don't meet in palaces or official buildings. They meet in taverns. They plan their strategy overall. They recruit followers from among tavern customers. The Tabard, in Southwark, just outside London's walls, is perfectly positioned to serve as a gathering point for rebels approaching the city from Kent and Essex. Tom watches all of this with deep ambivalence. On one hand, he understands the rebels' grievances. The poll tax is unjust. The nobility is exploitative. The church is corrupt. These aren't controversial observations among common people. They're widely shared truths. On the other hand, rebellion is dangerous. Not just for the rebels, but for anyone associated with them. If the Tabard becomes known as a rebel gathering point, Tom could lose everything. His tavern could be destroyed. He could be executed for treason. But what choice does he have? The rebels are already gathering. Refusing them service would mark him as an enemy. And besides, these are his customers, the labourers and craftsmen who've kept his business alive for decades. He can't suddenly turn against them. So Tom continues serving all, continues providing space, continues facilitating, just as he's always done, neutral, pragmatic, surviving. The revolt begins in earnest in early June. The immediate trigger is an incident in Essex where a tax collector assaults a young woman, claiming to verify her age. Her father kills the tax collector. Authorities come to arrest the father. The village rises in his defense. Within days, thousands of people are mobilized, marching toward London, burning manor houses, destroying tax records, killing officials. The violence is selective but real. The rebels target symbols of oppression: tax collectors, corrupt officials, lawyers who write the laws that oppress them, noble estates where serfdom is enforced. They're not randomly violent. They have specific grievances and specific targets. But they're willing to kill, and they do. By June 12, rebel armies from both Kent and Essex are approaching London. They number in the tens of thousands. The city is in panic. The young king, Richard II, only 14 years old, is in the Tower of London with his advisors. The city gates are officially closed, but Southwark, where the Tabard is located, is outside the walls. The rebels enter Southwark easily. Tom watches from his tavern as thousands of armed peasants and labourers pour through Southwark. It's extraordinary and terrifying. These aren't trained soldiers. They're farmers with scythers, craftsmen with hammers, labourers with staves and knives. But there are so many of them, and they're organised, purposeful. They know where they're going and what they're doing. Some of the rebels enter the Tabard. They're not there to drink. They're there to rest briefly, to get information, to coordinate. Tom serves them without charge, a calculated gesture of support that he hopes will be remembered if the rebels win. But he's also careful not to seem too enthusiastic, in case the king's forces regain control. One of the men who enters is recognizable from earlier meetings. He's one of the labor organizers who used to meet regularly in the tavern, discussing wages and conditions. Now he's armed, part of a rebel force that's challenging royal authority itself. He nods to Tom. Tom nods back. No words are necessary. They both understand the situation. Is John Ball here? The man asks. I haven't seen him. Tom replies honestly. The man nods and leaves to continue searching. John Ball, the radical priest, is somewhere in London preaching to rebel groups, providing spiritual and ideological justification for the revolt. His message is simple and powerful. The social order is unjust. God loves all people equally. The rich have stolen from the poor, and it's time to reclaim what's rightfully theirs. Over the next few days, June 1315, London descends into chaos. The rebels force their way into the city. They burn John of Gaunt's palace, the Savoy, destroying one of the finest buildings in England. They storm Newgate and Fleet prisons, releasing prisoners. They hunt down and kill Simon Sudbury, the Archbishop of Canterbury and Lord Chancellor, beheading him on Tower Hill. They kill Robert Hales, the Lord Treasurer. They destroy legal documents, tax records, manorial rolls that record serfdom. The Tabard becomes an informal communications hub. Rebels coming and going bring news. Tom hears about the burning of the Savoy, about the executions, about the king's attempts to negotiate. He passes information along to other customers, to curious Londoners who want to know what's happening, but are afraid to venture into the streets. On June 14, King Richard meets with the rebels at Mile End, outside London. He's accompanied by a small group of advisors and guards. Facing tens of thousands of armed rebels, the 14-year-old king makes extraordinary promises. He agrees to abolish serfdom. He agrees to fix rents at low rates. He grants pardons to all rebels. In effect, he surrenders to their demands. The rebels celebrate. Many of them disperse, believing they've won. They return to their villages carrying royal charters that confirm the king's promises. In the Tabard that evening, there's an atmosphere of victory. Labourers drink all paid for with coin collected from rebels who've been successful. They toast to John Ball, to Wat Tyler, to King Richard. They've done it. They've challenged royal and noble authority and won. But Tom, watching carefully, isn't convinced. He's seen enough of power to know that promises made under duress are easily broken. The king and nobility have lost this confrontation, yes, but they haven't surrendered power permanently. They're regrouping, planning. This isn't over. He's right. On June 15, there's a second meeting between the king and rebels, this time at Smithfield. Wat Tyler, the rebel leader, negotiates with the king. The exact details of what happens are disputed, but the result is clear. Tyler is killed, struck down by the Mayor of London and royal attendants. For a moment, it seems the situation will explode into massacre. Thousands of rebels face the king's forces, but Richard, displaying remarkable courage for a 14-year-old, rides forward and addresses the rebels directly. He declares himself their leader and captain. He promises to fulfill their demands if they disperse peacefully. The rebels, leaderless and confused, agree. They disperse, and once they're separated, isolated in their villages, the promises are broken. Royal forces systematically hunt down rebel leaders. John Ball is captured and executed. His body is drawn and quartered, the pieces displayed as warnings. Other rebel leaders meet similar fates. The charters granting freedom are declared invalid. Serfdom continues. The poll tax is eventually abandoned, but only because it proved uncollectible, not because of royal mercy. The repression is brutal and systematic. Royal justices tour the areas that rebelled, conducting trials. Hundreds of rebels are executed. Others are fined or imprisoned. The message is clear: rebellion will not be tolerated. The social order will be maintained. Any who challenge it will be destroyed. In the Tabard, the atmosphere in late June and July 1381 is bleak. Many of the men who were celebrating victory are now dead or in hiding. The tavern is quieter than it's been in years. Customers speak in whispers, afraid that informants are everywhere. Tom himself is questioned by authorities. Did he serve rebels? Did he provide space for planning? He answers carefully, admitting nothing that can be proven, emphasizing his neutrality. He was simply a tavern keeper serving customers. He had no involvement in political matters. The authorities are suspicious, but can't prove anything specific. The Tabard is allowed to remain open. Tom is warned to be more careful about who he serves and what he permits in his establishment. He nods, agrees, promises to be vigilant, and then he continues operating exactly as before, because what else can he do? The Peasants Revolt of 1381 fails in its immediate goals. Serfdom isn't abolished. The poll tax is gone, but the underlying inequalities remain. Many of the leaders are dead, but the revolt's longer-term impacts are significant. It demonstrates that common people can organize, can challenge authority, can, for a brief moment, make even kings negotiate. It terrifies the nobility and makes them more cautious about pushing the poor too far. And it contributes to gradual changes in English society, the slow erosion of serfdom, the increasing power of labour relative to landed wealth. For Tom, the revolt is a reminder of how precarious his position is. He operates in grey spaces, facilitating conversations and meetings that sometimes turn revolutionary. He's survived this time, but barely. If authorities had decided to make an example of tavern keepers who harboured rebels, he could have been executed alongside John Ball and Wat Tyler. But he also recognises that the revolt wouldn't have been possible without spaces like his tavern. The organising, the planning, the spreading of ideas, all of that required places where people could gather and talk without immediate surveillance. Taverns provided those spaces. They were infrastructure for rebellion. Think about the broader pattern here. Over the past 3 decades, from the 1350s to 1381, the Tabard has hosted labour organising, religious dissent, criminal networks, espionage, and now open rebellion. Each of these activities is distinct, but they're all connected. They're all forms of resistance to established authority. And they all happen in taverns because taverns occupy a unique social space, semi-public, but not fully controlled by authorities, commercial but also communal, respectable enough to avoid constant repression, but lawless enough to permit subversion. Standing in the Tabard in July 1381, in the aftermath of failed rebellion, you can feel the weight of everything that's happened here. The blood on the floorboards isn't just from bar fights, it's from political violence. The stains on the wood aren't just from spilled ale. They're from decades of conspiracy, resistance, and occasional revolt. Tom serves ale to his remaining customers. He cleans tables. He maintains his tavern. He appears normal, unremarkable, just another tavern keeper doing business. But he knows, and anyone paying attention knows, that the Tabard is more than just a business. It's a node in networks of resistance that span decades and will continue for decades more. The current revolt has failed, but the underlying grievances remain. The conversations that led to rebellion will continue, and eventually there will be more uprisings, more challenges to authority, more attempts to reshape the social order. The rising tide hasn't receded. It's just paused. The forces that created it, the exploitation and inequality and injustice, those continue. And as long as they continue, taverns like the Tabard will provide spaces where people gather to complain, to organize, and occasionally to rebel. The nobility can execute leaders, can burn charters, can reimpose serfdom, but they can't eliminate the idea that alternatives are possible. And that idea, once planted, grows in the dark corners of taverns, nurtured by owl and grievance, and the solidarity of people who refuse to accept their oppression as natural or permanent. This is the legacy of the rising tide, not the specific rebellion of 1381, which failed, but the persistent, ineradicable fact of popular resistance, the knowledge, shared among common people, that they have power when they act collectively, that kings can be challenged, that social orders can be questioned. That change, however unlikely, is possible. These ideas can't be killed, even when their advocates are executed. They live on, passed from person to person, generation to generation, meeting to meeting, tavern to tavern. The tide rises, it recedes, but it always returns, the shadow government. Let's step back now and look at the Tabard from a different perspective. It's 1390, nearly a decade after the failed Peasants Revolt. Tom is in his 60s now, still running his tavern, though he's training a nephew to eventually take over. The building is the same. The fire still burns. The ale still flows. But if you've been paying attention to everything we've discussed, you realize something profound. The Tabard isn't just a business. It's an institution, a power center, a node in multiple overlapping networks that function, in many ways, like a parallel government. This is our final dark secret, though it's more of a synthesis of all the others. Avras thos taverns as shadow governments, has and not governments in the formal sense, with laws and bureaucracies and official authority, but governments in the functional sense, systems that organize social life, resolve disputes, distribute resources, maintain order, and exercise power. Think about what happens in the Tabard and other medieval taverns. Disputes are mediated. Tom regularly arbitrates conflicts between customers. Two men have a disagreement over a debt. They bring it to Tom. He listens to both sides, makes a judgment, and both parties accept it because Tom's word carries weight in this community. This isn't official justice, there's no court proceeding, but it functions as justice nonetheless. Information is controlled and distributed. Tom knows more about what's happening in Southwark and London than most official authorities. He knows who's in debt, who's feuding with whom, which merchants are successful, which are failing, where crime is happening, who's organising politically. He uses this information strategically, sharing it selectively, maintaining his position as a crucial node in information networks. Resources are allocated. We've discussed the credit system, how Tom extends credit to regular customers, how debts are tracked and managed. This is informal banking, operating outside official financial systems. Tom is providing a service that formal institutions don't offer to common people. He's enabling economic activity that couldn't happen otherwise. Social order is maintained. Tom has rules in his tavern. No weapons drawn inside. No violence against serving staff. Disputes should be settled verbally or taken outside. He enforces these rules not through legal authority, but through social pressure and the threat of exclusion. Break Tom's rules, and you're banned from the Tabard, and since the Tabard is a crucial social space, exclusion has real costs. Networks are facilitated and managed. All the networks we've discussed, criminal, labour organising, religious dissent, espionage, they all operate through taverns. Tom doesn't control these networks, but he enables them by providing space and maintaining discretion. He's infrastructure. And infrastructure is power. Consider how this parallel governance works in practice. Imagine a labourer who's been cheated by a merchant. The merchant sold him faulty tools or shorted him on promised wages. The labourer has no legal recourse. Courts are expensive and biased toward wealthy merchants. Official justice is unavailable to him. But the labourer can come to the Tabard. He can tell his story to other labourers, to craftsmen, to anyone who'll listen. The story spreads. The merchant's reputation suffers. Other workers refuse to do business with him. Suppliers become reluctant to extend him credit. Within weeks, the merchant is facing social and economic consequences that are just as effective as legal penalties. The merchant, if he's smart, comes to Tom. Can something be arranged? Can the situation be resolved? Tom mediates. The merchant compensates the labourer. The labourer stops spreading negative stories. Tom's judgment is accepted by both parties and order is restored. This is governance. It's not official, but it's functional. And in many cases, it's more effective than official justice because it's faster, cheaper, and more attuned to the actual social dynamics of working class life. Or consider another scenario. A crime has been committed. Someone's shop was robbed. The victim knows or suspects who did it. But proving it in court would be difficult. The thief is part of the criminal networks that operate through taverns. The victim could go to official authorities, but that's risky and might not work. Instead, the victim comes to Tom. Tom, connected to those criminal networks, can pass messages. He can let it be known that the stolen goods should be returned, or at least that some compensation should be made. The criminal networks, which rely on taverns for their operations, have incentives to maintain certain standards. If they're too openly predatory, if they steal from everyone indiscriminately, tavern keepers like Tom might stop tolerating their presence, so arrangements are made. the stolen goods are quietly returned or some payment is provided. The victim gets a resolution. The criminal networks maintain their access to tavern spaces. Tom's authority as a mediator is reinforced. Again, this is governance. Informal, quasi-illegal, but functional. The parallel between tavern systems and official government becomes even clearer when you consider taxation. Official taxation is what triggered the Peasants Revolt, but there's also informal taxation happening in tavern spaces. Tom charges for all, obviously, but he also charges, in subtle ways, for the services he provides. Information, mediation, access to networks. All of these have costs. Sometimes the costs are monetary. Sometimes they're favours owed. Sometimes they're simply the expectation that customers will remain loyal, will support Tom's business, will respect his authority. This informal taxation is often more tolerated than official taxation because it feels more reciprocal. The king demands taxes and gives little directly back to common people. Tom charges for all, but provides valuable services. The transaction feels fairer, even though Tom is extracting significant economic value from his position. Consider also enforcement. Official government has sheriffs, constables, courts. Tavern-based shadow governance has different enforcement mechanisms. Social pressure, reputation, exclusion, and when necessary, violence. We've discussed tavern violence as a dark secret in itself, but it's also an enforcement mechanism. If someone violates tavern norms or crosses the wrong criminal networks, they might end up stabbed. This isn't random violence. It's punishment. It's enforcement of an informal code. And it's effective. The threat of violent consequences keeps people in line, makes them respect certain boundaries, just as official law enforcement does. Tom doesn't personally commit this violence, but he's part of the system that enables it. He knows who the enforcers are. He provides them with space. He maintains the networks through which they operate. He's complicit in the same way that official authorities are complicit in the violence of state enforcement. The shadow government isn't monolithic or centralized. It's distributed across hundreds of taverns, each operating semi-independently, but connected through trade networks, criminal associations, labor organizing, and shared social norms. Tom in Southwark coordinates with tavern keepers in other parts of London and other cities. They share information. They pass messages through travelling merchants and craftsmen. They maintain standards that allow the whole system to function. In some ways, this distributed governance is more resilient than official government. You can't overthrow it by capturing a capital city or killing a king. It's everywhere and nowhere, embedded in the fabric of social life. When the Peasants' Revolt failed, official government reasserted control, but the shadow governance of taverns continued unchanged because it was never directly challenged and can't be easily destroyed. Think about legitimacy, a crucial concept in political theory. Official governments claim legitimacy through various means: divine right, hereditary succession, legal precedent. Shadow governments like the tavern system claim legitimacy through effectiveness. Tom's authority is legitimate because people accept it, because it works, because the alternative, a cellar relying solely on official justice and official systems, is inadequate for most people's needs. This effectiveness-based legitimacy is actually more stable in some ways than authority-based legitimacy. Kings can lose their authority through incompetence or defeat. Tom maintains his position as long as he continues to provide value, to mediate fairly, to maintain his networks. His legitimacy is earned continuously through performance rather than inherited or decreed. There's also a democratic element to shadow governance that's absent from official medieval government. Tom has to maintain support from his community. If he abused his position too overtly, if he stopped providing value, customers would go to other taverns. He's accountable in ways that kings and nobles aren't. His power is consensual, based on ongoing acceptance by the people he serves. This isn't to romanticize tavern governance. It's corrupt. It enables crime. It operates outside the law. It can be arbitrary and violent, but it's also responsive, accessible, and often more effective than official systems at meeting common people's needs. Consider the knowledge systems. Official government in medieval England keeps records, tax rolls, legal documents, property deeds. These records are in Latin, kept by clergy and lawyers, inaccessible to common people. The knowledge systems in taverns are oral, vernacular, accessible. Stories and information are shared openly. Common people can participate in these knowledge systems in ways they can't with official records. This creates alternative histories, alternative understandings of events. The official version of the Peasants Revolt, recorded in Latin by chroniclers sympathetic to nobility, portrays it as a criminal uprising of ungrateful serfs. The tavern version, passed orally, portrays it as a justified rebellion against oppression. Both versions exist simultaneously. The official version is preserved in expensive manuscripts. The tavern version is preserved in collective memory, in stories told overall, in the continuing consciousness of working-class communities. Which version is true? Both, in different ways. But the tavern version is important because it maintains alternative perspectives, alternative ways of understanding power and justice that challenge official narratives. By 1390, Tom has been running the Tabard for over 40 years. He's seen labour organising plague, religious dissent, violent crime, espionage, and open rebellion. He's facilitated all of it, not through active encouragement, but through consistent provision of space and maintenance of networks. He's been a crucial node in shadow governance systems that parallel and sometimes challenge official authority. And he's trained his nephew to continue this work. The knowledge of how to run a tavern isn't just about brewing oil and maintaining buildings. It's about understanding people, managing information, mediating disputes, facilitating networks. It's political knowledge, governance knowledge, passed informally from tavern keeper to successor. When Tom eventually retires or dies, the Tabard will continue, under new management but serving the same functions, because the tavern isn't really about Tom as an individual. It's about the institution, the space, the networks it enables. Tavern keepers are replaceable. The system continues. Standing in the Tabard in 1390, you're standing in a space that has witnessed and facilitated decades of medieval social history. The official version of that history is recorded in monasteries and noble courts. The unofficial version is embedded in the wood and stone of this building, in the collective memory of its customers, in the continuing networks that operate through this space. The shadow government isn't secret exactly. Everyone knows it exists. Authorities know that taverns serve governance functions, but it's tolerated because it's useful. It maintains social order at a level that official government can't reach. It resolves disputes that would otherwise fester. It provides services that official institutions don't offer. And it does all of this at no cost to authorities through the voluntary participation of common people. In a sense, the shadow government of taverns makes official government possible. By handling the everyday disputes and needs of common people, by maintaining informal order, by providing spaces where grievances can be aired and sometimes resolved, taverns prevent the kind of constant social chaos that would make governance impossible. The darkness of this secret isn't that shadow governance exists, it's that official government pretends it doesn't. Kings and nobles claim complete authority, claim that law and order flow from their power. But in reality, much of medieval social order is maintained by systems like tavern networks that operate independently, sometimes in opposition to official power. The official narrative is a fiction. The real governance of medieval England is hybrid, divided between official and shadow systems, with taverns playing a role as important as courts and castles. And this pattern isn't unique to medieval England. Throughout history, wherever official governance is inadequate or inaccessible, shadow systems emerge. Taverns, coffee houses, union halls, community centres, informal networks of trust and mutual aid. These spaces and systems provide what official government doesn't. They govern in the gaps. Tom, serving ale to his regulars on a quiet evening in 1390, understands this. He probably couldn't articulate it in political theory terms, but he knows from decades of experience that he's not just a tavern keeper. He's part of a system of power, governance, and social order that exists alongside and beneath official authority. He's a node in shadow government, and that government, informal and unacknowledged though it is, governs the lives of common people far more directly than kings and nobles ever do. This is the ultimate secret of medieval taverns. Not just that dark things happen there, though they do, but that these spaces are fundamental to how medieval society actually functions. Strip away the official narratives, the claims of royal and noble authority, and you find a complex system of informal governance in which taverns are crucial institutions. The darkness isn't in the activities themselves. It's in the gap between how power claims to work and how it actually works. And in that gap, in the shadows of official authority, tavern keepers like Tom quietly govern, and the medieval world continues, one cup of ale at a time. The legacy of smoke and secrets move forward now. Step out of the Tabard, out of the 14th century, and look back across time. What was the legacy of these spaces? What did medieval taverns contribute to the world that followed them? The immediate answer might seem to be nothing good. We've spent hours exploring darkness. Poisoning, espionage, crime, violence, heresy, rebellion, shadow governance. If you catalogue the activities in medieval taverns, you're cataloguing medieval society's worst impulses and greatest dysfunctions. But that's too simple. The darkness we've explored wasn't separate from medieval society. It was medieval society stripped of pretense and official narrative. Taverns weren't aberrations where evil flourished despite social order. They were spaces where social order actually functioned in all its messy, violent, compromised reality. And the legacies of that reality shape our world more than we often recognize. Start with information networks. We discussed how taverns served as nodes in espionage and intelligence systems during the 100 Years' War. This wasn't incidental. It established patterns that continued for centuries. During the English Civil War in the 1600s, during the American Revolution in the 1770s, during countless conflicts and political upheavals, taverns served similar functions. They were where information was gathered, assessed, and distributed. They were infrastructure for intelligence work. Even today, though the specific spaces have changed, the principle remains. Informal gathering places, whether they're coffee shops or bars or online forums, serve as information networks. Intelligence agencies recognize this. They monitor such spaces. They cultivate sources in them. The medieval tradition of tavern-based espionage evolved but never disappeared. Consider labor organizing. The post-plague worker mobilization that happened in taverns like the Tabard established a crucial precedent: workers meeting to discuss wages and conditions, coordinating action, challenging employer power. This was the foundation for what would become trade unions, labor movements, workers' rights. The Peasants Revolt of 1381 failed, but the organizing principles that enabled it succeeded in the long run. By the 1800s, workers throughout Europe and America were organizing in taverns and similar spaces, forming unions, demanding better conditions, going on strike. The International Workingmen's Association, one of the first international labor organizations, held many of its meetings in taverns. The pattern established in medieval England proved remarkably durable. Workers still needed spaces to gather outside employer control. Taverns still provided those spaces. Modern labor rights, the 8-hour workday, minimum wages, workplace safety regulations, all of this has roots in worker organizing that began in part in medieval taverns. The men demanding 6 pence a day in the Tabard in 1352 were ancestors, in spirit and sometimes in blood, of workers who would eventually win much more substantial victories. Think about religious dissent. The Lollards meeting in the Tabard, reading English, Bibles, questioning church authority, were early participants in a process that would culminate in the Protestant Reformation. When Martin Luther challenged Catholic Church authority in 1517, he was following a path that Wycliffe and his followers had begun exploring 140 years earlier. And where did Protestant ideas spread in the 1500s and 1600s? Partly through official channels, universities and printing presses, but also through informal networks, conversations in taverns and homes, the same spaces where Lollards had met. The Reformation happened in churches, yes, but it was prepared in taverns. The conversations questioning church wealth, challenging clerical authority, advocating for vernacular scripture, these happened overall before they happened in grand theological disputations. Modern religious freedom, the idea that individuals can choose their faith without state compulsion, emerged from centuries of religious conflict. But it was made possible by the existence of spaces where dissent could be discussed, where alternatives could be imagined. Medieval taverns were among those spaces. Consider criminal justice. We explored how tavern-based shadow governance often provided more accessible and effective justice than official courts. This created pressure for legal reform. If informal systems were working better than official ones, that suggested official systems needed improvement. The gradual development of more accessible courts, legal aid, jury trials, all of this was influenced by recognition that ordinary people needed justice systems that actually served them. The shadow governance of taverns demonstrated what was possible and made official systems look inadequate by comparison. Reform came slowly, but the pressure for it came partly from the existence of working alternatives. Think about democracy and political participation. Medieval official government was hierarchical and exclusive. Kings, nobles, and clergy made decisions. Common people were supposed to obey. But in taverns, common people discussed politics, debated policies, organized action. They participated in governance even though they had no official political rights. This informal participation created expectations and desires that eventually demanded formal expression. The democratic movements of later centuries, the extension of voting rights, the development of representative government, these didn't emerge from nowhere. They emerged from centuries of people practicing informal political participation and deciding they wanted formal power to match. The Peasants Revolt of 1381, organized partly in taverns, demanded that the king negotiate with commoners. It failed, but the precedent mattered. Common people could challenge royal authority, could demand to be heard, could, for a brief moment, force negotiation. These were revolutionary ideas that took centuries to fully realize, but they started in those medieval tavern meetings. Consider the economic legacy. Taverns operated as informal banks, extending credit, managing debts, facilitating transactions. This parallel financial system served people who couldn't access official banking, and it demonstrated that there was demand for financial services tailored to common people's needs. Modern microfinance, credit unions, community banking, all of these innovations respond to the same need that medieval tavern credit systems addressed, providing financial services to people excluded from official systems. The specific mechanisms changed, but the underlying principle that finance should be accessible to everyone, not just elites, has medieval precedents in tavern economic networks. Think about gender. We noted that lollard meetings in taverns sometimes included women reading, teaching, arguing theology. In a society that severely restricted women's public roles, these heretical gatherings provided unusual freedom. The women who participated in such meetings, who found their voices in those spaces, contributed to very long-term changes in gender relations. Similarly, all wives like Alice, running breweries and wielding economic power, established precedents for women's economic participation. The gradual expansion of women's rights over subsequent centuries had many causes, but among them were the existing examples of women exercising power in various domains. The women of medieval taverns were part of that history. Consider public health. The Black Death spread through taverns. The close quarters, shared vessels, poor hygiene all contributed to transmission. This catastrophe eventually led to better understanding of disease spread and public health measures. The devastating lesson of plague-time taverns, that disease thrives in crowded, unsanitary conditions, contributed to later public health reforms. Modern sanitation, building codes, public health departments, all of this emerged partly from learning, painfully, the cost of ignoring disease transmission. Medieval taverns were among the teaching spaces for those lessons, though the tuition was paid in millions of lives. Think about the preservation of culture. Official medieval culture, the culture of courts and monasteries, is well documented. We have manuscripts, art, architecture. But the culture of common people, their stories and songs and perspectives, survived largely through oral tradition and where was oral tradition maintained. In gathering spaces like taverns, folk songs, traditional stories, common wisdom, these were shared over all. Some were eventually written down. Many were lost. But the tradition of oral culture, maintained in taverns and similar spaces, preserved aspects of medieval life that official records never captured. Modern folklore studies, folk music revival movements, efforts to preserve traditional culture, all of this connects back to tavern-based oral tradition. Consider the architectural legacy. Medieval taverns were specific types of buildings designed for specific social functions. Large common rooms for gathering, hearths for warmth and cooking, storage for ale and food. The design of these spaces influenced later pub architecture, which influenced later restaurant design, which influences modern social spaces. When you walk into a bar today and see an open room with seating clustered around a central service area, you're experiencing spatial design that has medieval precedents. The social dynamics of these spaces, how people interact, how service is provided, how public and private zones are negotiated. All of this was worked out partly in medieval taverns. Think about class consciousness. Marx wrote about class struggle in the 1800s, but the awareness of class division, the sense that workers and owners have different interests, this existed much earlier. The post-plague labour organising in medieval taverns reflected and reinforced class consciousness. Workers recognised their collective interests and organised to pursue them. This was proto-class politics, primitive but real. Modern political divisions between labour and capital, between workers and bosses, have medieval roots. The men meeting in the Tabard to demand higher wages were participating in class politics, even if they didn't use that terminology. The legacy of their organising is visible in modern labour movements and working class political consciousness. Consider the surveillance state. We noted that authorities became concerned about tavern meetings, that informants infiltrated gatherings, that tavern keepers were questioned about who met in their establishments. This was early modern surveillance, crude but systematic. The techniques developed to monitor taverns, to infiltrate networks, to control information, these evolved into more sophisticated state surveillance. Modern concerns about government surveillance, about informants and infiltrators, about the tension between security and freedom, these have precedence in medieval authorities trying to monitor tavern activities. The specific technologies changed, but the underlying dynamics, the state trying to know what people are doing and saying, and people trying to maintain privacy and freedom, those dynamics are centuries old. Think about the complexity of justice and morality. We've spent hours examining morally complicated situations in medieval taverns. Tom the Tavern Keeper wasn't a hero or a villain. He was a pragmatic businessman navigating complex moral terrain, facilitating both harm and help, maintaining order while enabling disorder. This moral complexity is part of the tavern legacy. The recognition that people aren't simply good or evil, that institutions serve multiple functions, including contradictory ones, that social systems are messy and compromised. All of this is visible in tavern history. And grappling with that complexity, learning to understand social reality as it actually is rather than as we wish it to be, that's a crucial skill for navigating modern society. Modern debates about law enforcement, criminal justice, economic systems, all of these require recognizing moral complexity. The police reduce crime, but also enforce unjust laws. Markets create wealth, but also inequality. Governments provide order, but also enable oppression. These aren't new dilemmas. They're the same dilemmas Tom faced running the Tabard, just scaled up and applied to modern institutions. Standing back and looking at the full legacy of medieval taverns, you see something remarkable. These spaces that seem so specific to their time, so bound up in medieval social structures, actually contributed to fundamental long-term changes. They were spaces where alternatives were imagined and sometimes practiced, where power was negotiated informally, where people learned to organize collectively, where information flowed outside official channels, where dissent found voice. The medieval world ended. Feudalism gave way to capitalism. The Catholic monopoly broke. Monarchy yielded to democracy. But many of the forces that drove those changes, the organizing, the dissent, the informal networks, the shadow governance, these had medieval precedents in tavern spaces. This doesn't mean taverns caused modernity. Causation is much more complex. But they were part of the ecology of change, part of the social landscape where new ideas could germinate, where people could practice new forms of social organization, where alternatives to official order could exist and sometimes thrive. The darkness we've explored, the poisoning and violence and heresy and rebellion, this was the shadow side of social change. Change is never clean. It's violent, chaotic, morally compromised. The medieval tavern, hosting all of that darkness, was a crucible where medieval society processed itself, where contradictions played out, where the old world began, very slowly, to become something new. The smoke from Tom's fireplace, drifting up through the Tabard's chimney into the London sky in 1390, carried with it the smell of ale and roasting meat. But metaphorically, it carried much more. The conversations, the conspiracies, the resistance, the violence, the organizing, all of it rose like smoke, dispersed, settled into the broader atmosphere of medieval life, and contributed to changes that would reshape the world. The legacy isn't simple or purely positive, but it's real and it's lasting. When workers organize for better conditions, when people question authority, when informal networks provide what official systems don't, when ordinary people practice politics in everyday spaces, they're continuing patterns that have medieval precedents in spaces like the Tabard. The tavern doors closed each night and opened each morning for decades and centuries. People came and went. Some were poisoned. Some were murdered. Some organized revolutions. Some just drank ale and went home. But collectively, over time, they created legacies that echo through history into our present. The medieval tavern is gone, but its shadows remain, cast forward across centuries, shaping the world we inherited and inhabit. Echoes in the modern glass look around the modern world. You won't find the Tabard anymore. The building, if it survived at all, has been rebuilt beyond recognition. Tom is 7 centuries dead. The specific customers, the labourers and criminals and spies and heretics, all gone. Medieval England itself is gone, replaced by something utterly different. And yet, the patterns persist. The dark secrets of medieval taverns have modern equivalents, sometimes so direct that it's startling. Start with the poisoning. Alice adding henbane to all for profit, an effect seems medieval distant. But food adulteration is a continuing problem. In 2008, Chinese milk producers added melamine to milk products, making them appear protein-rich while actually poisoning hundreds of thousands of children. In the United States and Europe, food fraud is estimated to cost tens of billions of dollars annually. Olive oil cut with cheaper oils, wine adulterated, fish mislabeled, spices contaminated. The specific substances have changed. We don't use henbane anymore. But the underlying dynamic, producers adulterating food for profit, while consumers trust that what they're buying is safe. That dynamic is exactly the same as medieval wives adding toxic substances to their products. The assize of bread and attempted to regulate medieval food quality. Modern health departments and food safety agencies attempt the same. Both succeed partially and fail partially. The medieval consumer trying to figure out if their was poisoned faced the same fundamental problem as the modern consumer trying to figure out if their olive oil is genuine information asymmetry. The producer knows what's in the product. The consumer doesn't and can't easily verify. Trust is necessary, and trust is regularly betrayed. Consider espionage. Edward Gleithera's spy networks operating through taverns seem like ancient history, but intelligence work today still relies on human networks gathered in informal spaces. Intelligence officers cultivate sources in bars and restaurants. They monitor conversations. They use social gatherings to gather information. The technology has changed dramatically. Modern intelligence agencies use signals intelligence, satellite surveillance, cyber espionage, but human intelligence, HUMINT in the jargon, remains crucial, and HUMINT works largely the same way it did in medieval taverns, people talking, information being shared, networks being maintained, trust being carefully built and exploited. The hooded figure watching conversations in the Tabard in 1347 is ancestor to the intelligence officer having drinks with a potential source in a modern bar. The methods, the psychology, the social dynamics, remarkably similar despite 7 centuries of technological change. Think about organized crime, the criminal networks operating through the Tabard, the gambling and fencing and smuggling. These have obvious modern parallels. Organized crime today still operates through networks based in semi-public spaces, bars and clubs where criminals gather, establishments that launder money or provide fronts for illegal activity, informal arbitration systems for resolving disputes. The specific crimes have changed. Medieval criminals didn't traffic drugs or engage in cyber fraud. But the structure of organized crime, hierarchical networks operating in shadows, using violence strategically, corrupting officials, providing illegal goods and services that people want. This structure is ancient. Tom facilitating criminal activity while maintaining deniability is a pattern repeated by countless bar owners and business operators today. Modern law enforcement faces the same challenges medieval authorities faced: how to penetrate criminal networks, how to gather evidence, how to prove connections. The solution today, as then, often involves informants, surveillance, infiltration. The tactics are medieval with modern tools. Consider labor organizing, workers meeting in bars and restaurants to discuss wages and conditions, to coordinate action. This still happens. Union organizing drives often involve meetings in spaces outside employer control. Worker centers and labor halls serve functions similar to taverns, providing gathering places for workers to build solidarity. The legal framework has changed dramatically. Workers in many countries now have legally protected rights to organize. But the fundamental dynamics, workers recognizing shared interests and coordinating to challenge employer power. These are the same. The labourers in the Tabard demanding 6 pence a day and modern workers demanding higher minimum wages are engaged in the same struggle across centuries, and the opposition is similar. Employers today, like medieval lords, resist wage increases, argue they can't afford to pay more, claim that higher wages will cause economic problems. Medieval statutes capping wages have modern equivalents in laws restricting strikes, limiting collective bargaining, favouring employer rights over worker rights. The specific legal mechanisms differ, but the underlying conflict, workers seeking more versus owners seeking to pay less, that's eternal. Think about disease spread. The Black Death spreading through taverns isn't just historical. Disease still spreads through gathering places. Every flu season, every outbreak of food poisoning, every pandemic, the dynamics of transmission through crowded social spaces remain crucial. COVID-19, spreading through bars and restaurants in 2020 and 2021, was a modern replay of medieval plague spreading through taverns. The specific pathogen changed, the understanding of disease transmission improved, but the fundamental problem that people gathering in close quarters spread disease remains. Medieval authorities struggling to control plague spread and modern health departments struggling to manage COVID outbreaks face similar challenges, how to balance public health needs against economic and social needs for gathering places. The devastating impact of COVID on the restaurant and bar industry, thousands of establishments closing, millions of workers unemployed, echoes the plague time collapse of tavern business. The economic and social functions that gathering places serve become painfully obvious when those places close. Medieval London, without taverns, and modern cities under lockdown experienced similar losses of community infrastructure. Consider violence. Bar fights and murders still happen. The blood on the Tabard's floorboards has modern equivalents in every dive bar in every city. The specific weapons have changed, guns replacing knives in many contexts. But the underlying dynamics, alcohol reducing inhibitions, disputes escalating, violence erupting in semi-public spaces, this is unchanged. Medieval authorities trying to reduce tavern violence and modern police departments trying to reduce bar-related crime face similar challenges. How do you prevent violence without completely eliminating gathering spaces? How do you balance safety against freedom? Medieval rules about carrying weapons into taverns and modern laws about firearms in bars attempt similar solutions. The violence isn't random then or now. It's often enforcement of informal norms. Someone violates community standards and faces violent consequences. This happens in modern bars just as it did in medieval taverns. The shadow justice system that operated through tavern violence has modern equivalents in street justice, gang violence, vigilantism. When official justice seems inadequate or inaccessible, informal violence fills the gap. Think about religious and ideological dissent. The Lollards meeting secretly in the Tabard have modern parallels in every political or religious group that meets to discuss ideas considered dangerous by authorities. In authoritarian countries today, dissidents gather in restaurants and bars to discuss politics, to plan resistance, to maintain networks outside state control. Even in democratic countries, marginalized groups often organize in bars and social spaces. LGBTQ rights organizing historically happened in bars, famously the Stonewall Inn, civil rights organizing, anti-war movements, feminist consciousness-raising groups. All of these have used social gathering spaces for political organizing, continuing the medieval tavern tradition of dissent finding space outside official control. The technology of surveillance has improved dramatically. Authorities today can monitor communications, track movements, infiltrate networks more effectively than medieval sheriffs could. But the fundamental pattern persists. People who want to organize outside official approval need spaces to gather, and social establishments provide those spaces. Consider informal governance. Tom mediating disputes, maintaining order, providing services that official government didn't. This has countless modern parallels. Community leaders who resolve conflicts informally. Neighborhood associations that maintain local order. Informal economic networks that provide credit and services outside official banking systems. In communities where official governance is weak or corrupt or absent, informal systems emerge. Gang-controlled neighborhoods where gangs provide protection and dispute resolution. Informal economies in immigrant communities. Religious communities that provide social services and mediation. These are all shadow governance systems functioning alongside official authority, just like medieval tavern networks. The effectiveness-based legitimacy that Tom enjoyed, where his authority came from providing value rather than from official position, this is common in informal governance today. Community leaders who are respected because they serve their communities, not because they hold office. Their authority is consensual, earned, similar to Tom's. Think about information networks. Social media has replaced taverns as the primary informal information network. But the dynamics are surprisingly similar. Information and misinformation spread through social networks outside official channels. Perspectives and narratives that challenge official versions find space. Organizing happens through informal connections. Facebook groups and subreddits serve functions similar to medieval tavern conversations. They're spaces where people with shared interests or identities gather, where information is shared, where trust networks form, where sometimes organizing happens. The speed and scale are dramatically different, but the basic social function, creating spaces for informal community and communication, is the same, and authorities monitor these spaces just as they monitored medieval taverns. Intelligence agencies track social media. Police departments surveil Facebook groups. The tension between privacy and security, between freedom and control, plays out on social media platforms as it did in tavern spaces. Consider the preservation of alternative narratives, the tavern oral tradition that maintained working-class perspectives and memories outside official records has modern equivalents. Social media allows marginalized groups to share their stories, to maintain their narratives, to challenge official histories. Black Lives Matter, FEMA 2, countless other movements have used social platforms to tell stories that official narratives overlooked or suppressed. This is the modern version of tavern storytelling, preserving perspectives and truths that powerful institutions don't want recorded. The medieval labourer telling his version of the Peasants' Revolt over oil, and the modern activist tweeting about police brutality are engaged in similar work, maintaining alternative narratives against official denial. Think about the complexity of modern institutions. we've noted how Tom's Tavern was morally complicated, facilitating both harm and help, enabling both order and disorder. Modern bars and social spaces are equally complicated. They're places where communities gather and alienation deepens, where people find connection and violence erupts, where organizing happens and surveillance enables, where culture is preserved and problems are ignored. Modern social platforms show similar complexity. Facebook connects people and spreads misinformation. Twitter enables activism and enables harassment. These aren't simple good or bad. They're complex institutions with contradictory effects, just like medieval taverns. Understanding this complexity is crucial for navigating modern society. The temptation is always to simplify, to see institutions as purely good or purely evil. But reality is messy. The bar that's a crucial community space is also where domestic violence starts. The social media platform that enables revolution also enables genocide. The medieval tavern that facilitated labor organizing also facilitated murder. Living with this complexity, making judgments despite it, finding ways to encourage beneficial functions while minimizing harmful ones, this is the perpetual challenge. Medieval authorities never solved it. We haven't either. The tavern bar social space remains necessary and dangerous, valuable and problematic, a space of possibility and risk. Looking at these parallels, what becomes clear is that the dark secrets of medieval taverns weren't medieval. They were human. The patterns of power, resistance, violence, organizing, dissent, shadow governance, information flow, all of these are features of human social organization that persist across centuries and technological changes. The Tabard is gone, but the dynamics it hosted continue in different forms. The poisoning is food fraud. The espionage is modern intelligence work. The crime is organized crime. The labor organizing is union activity. The violence is bar fights. The dissent is political organizing. The shadow governance is informal community leadership. The information network is social media. We look back at medieval taverns as though they were utterly different from our world. And in superficial ways, they were. The technology, the economy, the politics, all different. But the underlying patterns, the ways humans organize and resist and govern and violence and connect, these are remarkably stable. This means the lessons from medieval taverns aren't just historical curiosities. They're lessons about how humans organize social life, about the relationship between official and informal power, about how change happens, about the complexity of justice and morality. These lessons apply today as they did 7 centuries ago. The darkness we've explored in medieval taverns, the poisoning and violence and conspiracy and rebellion lives on, not identical, but recognizable. The shadows cast by the Tabard's fire still fall across modern life, dimmer perhaps, refracted through changed circumstances, but present. When you walk into a bar today, you're entering a space that has medieval precedents and that continues medieval patterns. The glass may be modern, but the reflections are ancient. The echoes persist. If you listen carefully, the sound of medieval voices discussing the same eternal human concerns: power, justice, survival, resistance, community, and change. The lessons of the dark. So what should we take from all of this? We've spent hours in the darkness of medieval taverns, exploring poisoning, espionage, crime, violence, heresy, rebellion, and shadow governance. We've traced legacies and identified modern parallels. But what does it mean for us? for how we understand our world and navigate it. The first lesson is about official narratives versus lived reality. Medieval official narratives portrayed society as an orderly, divinely ordained hierarchy. Kings ruled justly. Nobles protected the people. The church provided spiritual guidance. Everyone had their place. Order prevailed. The reality visible in taverns was utterly different. Social order was maintained not primarily through official authority, but through informal networks. Justice was negotiated, not decreed. Power flowed through unofficial channels. The official narrative and the lived reality existed in parallel, connected but distinct. This gap between official story and actual experience is crucial to understand because it persists. Modern official narratives portray democracy, rule of law, rational market, meritocracy. These narratives aren't entirely false, but they're incomplete. Much of social life operates through informal networks, shadow systems, unstated rules, power dynamics that official narratives don't acknowledge. Understanding this doesn't mean becoming cynical. It means becoming realistic. When you encounter a gap between how institutions claim to work and how they actually work, that's not necessarily corruption or failure. It's often just reality being more complex than official stories can capture. The second lesson is about the necessity of informal systems. Official government and formal institutions can never meet all social needs. They're too slow, too expensive, too rigid, too distant from everyday life. Informal systems emerge to fill gaps. Medieval tavern networks provided justice, credit, organizing space, information flow because official systems didn't or couldn't provide these things. This is still true. Informal networks still provide crucial services. Community organizations, mutual aid networks, informal economies, these aren't problems to be eliminated. They're features of social life, necessary supplements to official systems. The challenge is ensuring informal systems remain relatively fair and accessible rather than becoming purely exploitative. The medieval tavern shadow governance worked partly because Tom maintained some standards. Not high standards, certainly, but enough to keep the system functional. Modern informal systems face the same challenge: how to self-regulate enough to remain legitimate and useful without becoming formal institutions that lose their flexibility and accessibility. The third lesson is about the relationship between order and freedom. Medieval authorities faced a dilemma. Taverns enabled disorder, crime, heresy, rebellion. Closing them would reduce these problems, but it would also eliminate crucial social spaces, creating different problems. So authorities tolerated taverns, monitored them, tried to regulate them, but never eliminated them. Modern authorities face similar dilemmas constantly. Social media enables misinformation, harassment, radicalization. Should platforms be shut down or heavily regulated? But they also enable organizing, community, free expression. How do you balance security with freedom? There's no perfect answer. Medieval authorities never solved it. We haven't either. But recognizing the dilemma is important. Every time you hear calls to shut down or heavily regulate social spaces, whether physical or digital, remember the medieval tavern. Yes, dark things happen there, but they also provide necessary functions. Eliminating the darkness might also eliminate the light. The fourth lesson is about change and resistance. The Peasants Revolt failed. Most medieval labor organizing was repressed. Lollards were forced underground. Official power reasserted itself repeatedly, but the underlying forces, The organizing, the dissent, the alternative ideas, these persisted and eventually contributed to fundamental changes. This suggests that social change is rarely dramatic and immediate. Revolutions fail. Reforms are reversed. But patterns of resistance, once established, endure. They might be dormant for decades. But they're passed down, remembered, revived. The conversations happening in the Tabard in the 1350s about workers' rights contributed to changes that took centuries to fully realize. This is both encouraging and sobering. Encouraging because it means current resistance efforts, even if they seem to fail, are contributing to longer-term changes. Sobering because it means change is slow, generational, often not visible to those working for it. The labourers organising in taverns didn't live to see labour rights established. But their organising mattered. The fifth lesson is about moral complexity. Tom wasn't a hero or a villain. He facilitated both good and evil. He enabled labour organising and criminal violence. He provided community space and hosted exploitation. He was pragmatic, morally flexible, navigating complex terrain. Most people, most institutions, most social systems are similarly complex. Recognizing this is crucial for realistic political and social engagement. Pure heroes and pure villains are rare. Most actors are mixed, doing some good and some harm, making compromises, navigating pressures. This doesn't mean moral relativism, where everything is equally acceptable. It means moral nuance, where judgments account for complexity. Tom enabled harm, but in a society with limited options, he also provided necessary services. Judging him requires understanding his constraints and choices. The same is true for modern actors and institutions. The sixth lesson is about the power of space. Medieval taverns were physically defined spaces with specific characteristics. Large common rooms that enabled gathering, semi-public nature that provided privacy while allowing oversight, commercial purpose that justified their existence to authorities. These spatial features made taverns useful for social functions beyond drinking. Modern social spaces, whether physical or digital, similarly shape what's possible. The design of a bar affects what interactions happen there. The architecture of a social media platform affects how information spreads. The structure of meeting spaces affects what organizing is possible. This means that fights over space, fights over who controls gathering places and how they're designed, are fundamentally political. When authorities try to restrict where people can gather, when platforms change their algorithms, when urban planning limits public spaces, these aren't just technical decisions. They're decisions about power, about what social functions are enabled or prevented. Understanding medieval tavern history helps see these modern spatial politics clearly. The seventh lesson is about information and knowledge. Medieval taverns hosted oral traditions, working class perspectives, alternative narratives that official records excluded. This preserved knowledge and perspectives that would otherwise have been lost. But it also meant this knowledge was vulnerable, easily lost, often unverifiable. Modern information systems, especially digital ones, create new possibilities for preserving diverse perspectives. But they also create new vulnerabilities, misinformation, manipulation, algorithmic suppression. The medieval balance between official and informal knowledge systems, each with strengths and weaknesses, has modern parallels. The lesson is to value multiple knowledge systems, official records and academic scholarship, oral traditions and community knowledge. professional journalism and citizen reporting. Each has biases and limitations. Each captures some truth. Medieval tavern storytelling preserved working-class perspectives that official chronicles missed. Modern social media preserves perspectives that traditional media overlooks. But in both cases, verification and critical evaluation remain necessary. The 8th lesson is about the long reach of violence. Medieval taverns were violent places. That violence was sometimes enforcement of informal norms, sometimes explosion of personal grievances, sometimes political conflict. It was normalized, expected, integrated into social life. That normalization of violence is horrifying from a modern perspective, at least from a modern privileged perspective in relatively peaceful societies. But it's worth recognizing that violence remains normalized in many contexts. War, policing, criminal justice, international relations all rely on violence or threat of violence. And in many communities and countries, interpersonal violence remains common and somewhat normalized. The lesson isn't that violence is acceptable. It's that reducing violence requires more than laws against it. It requires reducing the conditions that make violence seem necessary or inevitable: poverty, inequality, weak institutions, inadequate justice systems. Medieval tavern violence was partly a symptom of a society where official justice was inaccessible and informal violence filled the gap. Reducing violence meant improving justice access, not just punishing violence more harshly. The 9th lesson is about resilience and adaptation. The medieval world faced catastrophes: plague, war, famine, social conflict. Institutions like taverns adapted and survived. Tom lost his wife to plague, saw his customers die, witnessed rebellion and repression. But he kept running his tavern, kept adapting, kept surviving. This resilience is impressive, but also sobering. Social systems persist through catastrophe, but often by absorbing enormous costs in human suffering. Medieval society survived the Black Death, but half the population died. Taverns survived, but they became grim spaces of plague profiteering and desperation. Modern catastrophes, pandemics, climate change, economic crises will test our institutions similarly. Some will adapt and survive. But the question is, at what cost? Can we build resilience that doesn't require such enormous suffering? Medieval history suggests it's difficult, but not impossible. The societies that recovered best from plague were those that adapted their institutions, that allowed changes in labor relations and economic structures. Rigid societies that tried to restore the pre-plague order struggled more. The 10th and perhaps most important lesson is about agency and possibility. The people in medieval taverns, Tom and his customers, weren't just victims of their circumstances. They made choices even with limited options. They organized, resisted, created informal systems, maintained alternative narratives. They had agency and they used it. Official histories often portray common people as passive, acted upon by kings and nobles and clergy. But tavern history reveals active people making choices, shaping their worlds within constraints. The labourers demanding higher wages, the lollards questioning church authority, the rebels challenging royal power, they were all exercising agency, often at great risk. This matters because it challenges deterministic thinking. Social structures constrain us, yes. Power imbalances are real. But people have agency within constraints. Change is possible, even if difficult and slow. The medieval world seemed fixed, ordained by God, eternal. But people in taverns imagined and sometimes practiced alternatives, and very slowly, across centuries, the world did change. This suggests that current structures, however solid they seem, are also contingent and changeable. The people discussing labour organising in the Tabard in 1352 probably thought serfdom was eternal. It wasn't modern inequalities and injustices that seem permanent may also prove changeable if people organise, resist, maintain alternative visions, and persist across generations. Standing back from all these lessons, a pattern emerges. Medieval taverns were spaces of darkness, yes, but that darkness was where social reality was visible without official pretense. The lessons aren't about taverns specifically. They're about human social organization generally, about power and resistance, about official and unofficial systems, about how change happens, about moral complexity, about agency within constraints. These lessons apply across time because human social dynamics, while infinitely variable in detail, follow recognizable patterns. We're not medieval, but we're human as they were. We face different circumstances, but similar fundamental challenges: how to organize social life, how to balance order and freedom, how to distribute resources, how to manage conflict, how to create meaning, how to navigate between ideal and reality. The medieval tavern, precisely because it was a space where these challenges played out without official sanitizing, teaches us about these perennial human concerns, not through moral fables or simple lessons, but through complex, messy, morally ambiguous reality. And that's more valuable than simple lessons would be. Reality is complex and morally ambiguous. Learning to understand and navigate that complexity is crucial. The darkness we've explored isn't something to romanticize. People died, people suffered. Exploitation was real, but the darkness also reveals patterns, dynamics, truths that official bright narratives obscure. Looking into that darkness, understanding it, is how we understand society as it actually functions, not as we wish it functioned or as authorities claim it functions. And that understanding, uncomfortable though it may be, is necessary for effective action. If you want to change society, you need to understand how it actually works. If you want to resist power, you need to understand how power actually operates. If you want to build alternatives, you need to understand what functions need serving. Medieval tavern history, in all its darkness, provides that understanding. The lessons of the dark aren't dark lessons. They're realistic lessons about navigating complex social reality. They're lessons about seeing through official narratives to actual dynamics. They're lessons about finding agency within constraints. They're lessons about the long, slow, messy process of social change. They're lessons about moral complexity and the importance of judgment despite complexity. These lessons matter. They're not just historical curiosities. They're tools for understanding and navigating our world. The tavern is gone, but the lessons remain, as relevant now as 7 centuries ago, perhaps more so as we face our own catastrophes and challenges, needing all the wisdom about human social organization we can gather, even wisdom from the darkness of medieval taverns. Dawn at the tavern door. Picture yourself one more time pushing open that heavy oak door. But it's different now. It's not evening. It's dawn. The date is sometime in the early 1400s. Tom died years ago. His nephew, also called Tom, runs the Tabard now. He learned the business from his uncle, learned how to navigate the complex social terrain, how to maintain networks, how to facilitate without being complicit, or at least not too complicit. The tavern is nearly empty at this hour. The fire from last night has burned down to embers. The floor shows stains from centuries of use. The wood is darkened, scored, marked by decades of traffic. If you know where to look, you can still see marks from that murder in 1358. Blood that seeped too deep into the grain to ever fully clean. One customer sits near the dying fire, an old labourer finishing oil from the night before. He doesn't speak. Young Tom moves quietly, preparing for the day, banking the coals, sweeping the floor, opening shutters to let in the grey dawn light. Outside, London is waking. You can hear distant sounds. Church bells calling people to prayer. Carts beginning their rumbles through streets. Voices of early risers starting their days. Life continuing as it always does, regardless of darkness and light, regardless of who died yesterday or who will die tomorrow. Young Tom has heard stories from his uncle about the plague years, about the Peasants' Revolt, about all the darkness this tavern has witnessed. He knows the building's history, or some of it. But he also knows that this morning, like every morning, the tavern opens. Customers will come. All will be served. Conversations will happen. Life will continue. There's something both depressing and hopeful in that continuity. Depressing because all the suffering and struggle and resistance didn't transform society as radically as the rebels hoped. The social order persisted, adapted, continued. Hopeful because the tavern persisted too, providing space for community and conspiracy, for both the best and worst of human social organization. Look at the old labourer by the fire. He's in his 60s, which is old for a working man in medieval England. He survived the plague as a child. He participated in labour organising in his youth. He remembers the Peasants' Revolt, though he doesn't talk about it much. He's seen kings come and go. He's witnessed changes he could never have imagined as a young man. When he was young, he was a serf, legally bound to his lord's land. Now he's technically free, a wage labourer. The change happened gradually, not through revolution, but through slow erosion of the old system. Labour shortages after the plague, combined with persistent worker resistance, eventually made serfdom unenforceable. It faded, not with a dramatic end, but with gradual transformation. He doesn't earn much. Life is still hard. The social hierarchy persists. But there's been change, real, if limited. And that change happened partly through organising in spaces like this, through persistent low-level resistance, through workers demanding better and sometimes getting incrementally more. He finishes his ale and stands slowly, joints stiff. He nods to young Tom and leaves. The door opens, admits cold dawn air and grey light, then closes. The old man walks into his day, whatever it holds. Young Tom watches him go. Then he continues his preparations. Soon other customers will arrive. Some will be criminals. Some will be spies. Some will be workers organising. Some will be religious dissenters. Some will just want ale and warmth and community. The tavern will host all of them, as it always has, facilitating the full spectrum of human social behaviour from the sublime to the terrible. This is the reality of medieval social spaces. Not pure good or pure evil. Not entirely legal or entirely illegal. Not revolutionary or conservative. All of it simultaneously. A complex ecology where humans navigate survival and meaning and power. As dawnlight grows stronger, more people begin to appear. A merchant arrives early, looking for someone. A woman brings fresh bread to sell. Two labourers enter together, talking quietly. The tavern is filling, transitioning from night to day, from private darkness to public bustle. By mid-morning, the Tabard will be busy. The darkness of the night will be forgotten, or at least pushed aside. People will focus on immediate concerns, earning money, finding food, managing relationships, navigating power. The same concerns humans have always had and will always have, but the darkness doesn't disappear. It's still there, visible if you know how to look, in the stains on the floor, in the careful way people position themselves, maintaining awareness of exits and threats, in the coded conversations and careful glances, in the knowledge, shared silently among regulars, that this space hosts more than it shows. This duality, public and hidden, light and dark, is essential to understanding medieval life and perhaps human life generally. Official narratives tell one story. Lived reality is more complex. The challenge is learning to see both, to understand how they interact, to navigate between them. Young Tom has learned this from his uncle. He knows that running a tavern means managing contradictions, maintaining order while tolerating disorder, cooperating with authorities while enabling subversion, profiting from darkness while providing light. It's not a pure role. It's a compromised, practical, necessary role. And in playing that role, he's part of something larger. A tradition of spaces where humans gather outside direct official control, where community forms, where resistance brews, where violence erupts, where life, in all its complexity and contradiction, happens. The medieval period will end eventually. The tavern will transform. The specific form of the Tabard, the oak beams and thatched roof and smoky interior, will give way to different architectures. But the function, the social role of gathering places that exist in the margins between official and unofficial, public and private, legal and illegal, that will persist. When Chaucer writes, the Canterbury Talus, later this century, he'll set its opening at the Tabard. Pilgrims gathering before journeying to Canterbury. The tavern as starting point for a journey towards something sacred. It's an apt metaphor. Taverns are always starting points, places of transition, thresholds between states, between night and day, between order and chaos, between the known and unknown, between the world as it is and the world as it might be. Standing in the Tabard at dawn, you're standing at one of those thresholds. Behind you is the night we've explored, hours of darkness, revealing medieval taverns' deepest secrets. Ahead is the day, with its bustle and mundane concerns, its surface normalcy covering deeper currents. The lesson, if there is one, is to remember both, the darkness and the light, the official narrative and the hidden reality, the horror and the hope. Medieval taverns were sites of terrible things, poisoning, murder, exploitation, but they were also sites of community, resistance, organizing, alternative imagination. Both were true, both mattered, and understanding this dual nature, this complexity, is how we understand history and how we understand our present. We're tempted to simplify, to see the past as purely dark or to romanticize it as simpler, to see our present as purely progressive or purely declining. But reality is always more complex, always contains both darkness and light, always offers both despair and hope. The medieval world that the Tabard served is 7 centuries gone. The people who drank there, who plotted there, who died there, all gone. the specific circumstances, the plague, the Peasants Revolt, the 100 Years' War, all historical. But the patterns persist. The human concerns persist. The tension between power and resistance persists. The need for gathering spaces persists. The complexity persists. Young Tom opens the door wide now, letting in full morning light. The tavern is ready for business. Whatever this day brings, whatever darkness and light it contains, the Tabard will host it, will provide space for it, will facilitate it, will survive it, and tomorrow the door will open again. The journey we've taken together from dusk to dawn, from 1347 to the 1400s, from specific darkness to broader patterns, this journey reveals something fundamental about human social life. We need spaces outside official control. We need gathering places. We need informal systems. We need tolerance for complexity and contradiction. We need to understand both official narratives and hidden realities. These needs are as true now as they were in medieval England. The forms change. The technology changes. The specific institutions change. But the underlying human patterns, the ways we organize and resist and survive and create meaning, these remain recognizable across centuries. As you step out of the Tabard into the morning light, back into your own time and place, you carry with you the knowledge of what happened in that darkness, the secrets we've explored, the patterns we've identified, the lessons we've drawn. That knowledge is uncomfortable. It complicates simple narratives. It reveals darkness we'd rather not see. But it's also empowering, because understanding how social systems actually work, not how they claim to work, that's the foundation for effective action. Understanding the patterns of power and resistance helps you navigate modern power and resistance. Understanding medieval complexity helps you navigate modern complexity. Understanding the long, slow process of change helps you engage in change work without despair when immediate results don't appear. The door to the Tabard closes behind you. The medieval tavern recedes into history, into memory, into the lessons we've drawn from its darkness. But those lessons remain. Those patterns remain. That knowledge remains. And somewhere in your own time and place, there are gathering places serving similar functions. Spaces where community forms, where resistance brews, where organizing happens, where darkness and light coexist. Different forms, same functions. The medieval tavern is gone, but its descendants remain, continuing the work of hosting human social life in all its complicated, contradictory, necessary messiness. The dawn breaks fully now. The medieval darkness fades into morning light. But the shadows remain, cast forward across centuries, touching our present, shaping our understanding. The secrets we've explored aren't just medieval. They're human, and they're still relevant, still true, still teaching us how to see our world more clearly and navigate it more effectively. The journey ends. The door closes. But the lessons persist, like smoke from the Tabard's fire, dispersing into the broader atmosphere, subtle but present, shaping the world in ways barely visible but undeniably real. The medieval tavern truth hasn't changed everything, but it's revealed something important: the gap between how we think society works and how it actually works, the persistence of informal power, the reality of resistance, the complexity of change, the necessity of shadows. That's the truth that could change everything, not in sudden dramatic revolution, but in slow, persistent understanding that enables more effective navigation of our complex social world. Medieval dark secrets become modern wisdom, hard-won knowledge about human social organization that remains relevant across centuries. The darkness teaches, if we're willing to look into it, to understand it, to learn from it, the door is closed. The journey is complete. The dawn has broken. The secrets are revealed. And life continues, as it always does, in gathering places and in streets, in darkness and in light, in medieval England and in our modern world, humans forever navigating the eternal challenges of power, justice, survival, community, and change